Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. If everybody could take their seats, we'll get started here in about 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. Guram. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Greg Mitchell, and I'm the managing co-chair of the International Religious Freedom Roundtable. I'm also the founder and chairman of IRF Secretariat, which is the convener today. So on behalf of IRF Secretariat and our convening partners, we have the Alliance of Virtue and Good Faith Partnership. I want to welcome you to the Museum of the Bible, welcome you to Washington, and welcome to the 2026 IRF Peace Builders Forum, which we're using the America 250 theme as a once-in-a-generation opportunity and moment to celebrate religious freedom. 250 years ago, a promise was made in this country that no one should be compelled in matters of conscience. It was not made perfectly, and it has never been kept perfectly, but it was made, it was written into law, and it has been carried generation after generation by people of every faith and belief who decided the promise belonged to them too. And you can see on here the promise made in 1776, the promise carried through to today and beyond. And that's why we're here for these 2 days. And hopefully you will hear all of this as one story in 2 chapters. Today we remember the promise made, and we will walk the road from Magna Carta to Roger Williams to Thomas Jefferson and the First Amendment. We will hear what this freedom has meant to communities who have flourished here in the United States under it, and we will face honestly what it costs when that freedom is denied. And because in too much of the world today, it is denied. And then tonight we'll honor the builders. We'll be giving out awards, the America 250 IRF Awards. But I wanted to just welcome you all, and I'm going to recognize Russ Rook, Lord Russ Rook, who came in from London last night. He's here from Good Faith Partnership. And I don't know if you wanted to say, I know we said you didn't need to come up, but I also want to recognize His Excellency Sheikh Al Mahfoud bin Baya, who's here from Alliance of Virtue, who's also a founding partner here. Sheikh, did you want to come up and just say some welcome remarks, or you want to hold that? And then we're going to hear from Matthias over here. Please, again, everybody, Sheikh Al Mahfoud bin Baya.
Stay close because I'm not going to speak alone. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm very happy to see a lot of friends and fighters for freedom of religion around the world. Um, we started this journey around 25 years ago, and we start bridging what we understand mean freedom of religion in the United States of America. And we explain it and for our community. It's not a threat for the religion. It's a part of the religion. And part of, we believe in it, that freedom of religion is important for every believer. It's a right, human right. It's a right for humanity, all. And we dig in the warmth of our religion. And we've been able to come out with Marrakesh Declaration for protecting non-Muslim minority and Muslim majority countries. And it was one of the best documents ever we have in this century. And since in that journey, which is a job from cradle to the grave, I don't think you're willing for it to be end as much you take it as obligation and life mission. During that journey, I met a lot of these beautiful faces that they never give up trying to remind us for this promise. The United States of America today, influencing the whole world when they don't compromise their virtues. United States of America, it's a gift for humanity. Same times, challenges in America, it results solutions. And in United States of America today, the country I'm coming from, United Arab Emirates, where the freedom of religion being respected, where everybody can practice what he believes. And Morocco, where is my second home, where is the king being able to do historically the first recognition of United States of America in 1777. So those two countries is a leading example in the heart of Arab world, when Israeli can influence the whole Muslim world. When we did Marrakesh Declaration in 2016, being recognized by the 57 Muslim countries. We're working, it's a long journey, long walk to freedom of religion. So that walk, during it, there is some people, they give up early, but we're not giving up. And we're not waiting for the result in the end of the month. And we're not looking for to don't have challenges. We practice what we believe. And we're all brothers and sisters in this journey. The only thing I will suggest that we should go out there, speak to those that don't agree with us, and we should be calling them to join us for this movement, freedom of religion. We are committed to support this initiative. Greg Mitchell is a very amazing guy. He don't stop thinking, and he don't give up. He don't know something called challenges. He don't know something called, he just do his best, and to God, he's leaving the rest. And that's beautiful about him. And I want you all to thank him on behalf of he's been patient with us. And Alliance of Virtue committed to support this. Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace committed to support it. And I will tell you, today we're resulting around 1,000 Muslim scholars that is supporting freedom of religion. That I'm here standing and representing that organization from Pakistan to all countries. I don't said all of them. I said 1,000. It means there is maybe other 100,000 they don't support it. But our mission to make them understand, if they cannot support it, to don't be against it. It's a human right and it's a religion obligation. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right, next I want to bring up Matthias Pertula from the Museum of the Bible. You all, many of us in this room are family from the International Religious Freedom Roundtable, which has been meeting, we're in its 16th year now, meeting regularly. And Matthias, I first met Matthias at the roundtable. And we went through a lot of this work together, and we worked together on the first couple of IRF summits. Now it's great to see you here at the Museum of the Bible, and we thank you and the museum for hosting us. So.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you for all your great work. I do remember working with you and everybody else at the International Religious Freedom Roundtable. It's an awesome work, and it's actually a huge testament to you again, Greg, that it's been lasting for 16 years and it continues to grow and continues to grow internationally. So we love that. But on behalf of Dr. Carlos Campo, just want to welcome everybody here. Welcome to the Museum of the Bible. By show of hands, who is here for the first time? Great, welcome. We hope it's not your last time. We love to host guests. In fact, our mission is to invite all people from all over the world to come and experience the transformative power of the Bible. So you're all welcome. Please come back, host your events with us. We'd love to have you. We believe in this cause. We believe in religious freedom, and we believe that the Bible has actually been a huge part of that. It's the first freedom in our Constitution, and it's been a big part of shaping the American story and journey. It's enshrined in the First Amendment there, freedom of religion, and that's what we're here for. And we just welcome you. Please enjoy today. If you are, I know you're taking some tours later today, just take it all in, ask questions. And if you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know or one of our staff. We just love you, and thank you for being here, and thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Matthias. All right, so day one, like I said, is going to be a history lesson, basically, where we're going to relearn, how religious freedom and how the promise was made here in America in 1776. We're going to start with that, and we're going to, like I said, we'll hear some American stories and then some global stakes. The second chapter is we're launching a civil society collaborative, and you'll learn more about that tomorrow. But that's where we're going to get into action. Tomorrow we'll be on Capitol Hill in the Senate office building. And we're really going to roll up our sleeves and get to work on launching a more holistic approach to religious freedom and a multi-sector approach. But anyway, you'll learn more about that collaborative tomorrow. For now, I'm going to recognize Chris Seipel. He's the actual co-founder of the International Religious Freedom Roundtable. I learned about it a few months after he co-founded it with Sue Vaughn and Knox Thames. And we're going to bring Chris up. And he's my managing co-chair of this event. So Chris and I asked him for help a few weeks ago when I was wondering how many people would actually be here. I reached out to Chris because we have a long-standing partnership going back to late 2010 when I attended my first roundtable meeting and offered to help Chris. So I want everybody to welcome Chris Seipel, and he's going to give us a good presentation on the promise that was made and what led up to that promise in 1776. So everybody, please welcome Dr. Chris Seipel.
Well, good morning. Happy birthday. Happy 250th. My job is to tell a story about the best of the past and how it enables the best of our future, and a story of why religious freedom and liberty of conscience, as it was initially called, is not a bipartisan issue, but a nonpartisan issue because it is in the marrow of our bones as Americans. We cannot help be this way, and in these times especially, it's one of the few things that remains nonpartisan. So I want to tell you a story that is familiar, but in an unfamiliar way. I want to tell a story about how ideas are transmitted and influenced and implemented across time and space. And I want to do it such that there are some fun facts along the way, and I want to challenge you to see if you can pick out 3 things that you never knew before today's brief. And hopefully there'll be more than that. But the goal here is to have the principles and the practices from the beginning of the promise from the early 1600s, and how does that move us forward into the promise of the future, not just in America, but around the world. And how are some of these ideas working right now? So that's the goal for today. And you've got me for 45 minutes, so stand by. There's my title slide. Should have put that up first. This is the ship, the Leon, which is the ship that Roger Williams came over. We're going to get to him in a second, but the bottom line is the American example tells a story that all countries can use because it's a story of you have to do the right thing to get along with people because it's also in your self-interest. We sink or sail together. And we're on the same journey, whether it's a community, whether it's a country, whether it's a continent or our planet. We've got to get better at these things. So what's that story? Well, this is the familiar story. We had the Declaration of Independence in 1776. We have a Constitution in 1789, pursuant to more perfect union. And then we have the Bill of Rights in 1791. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. This story is often told, at least the way I was raised, against the United Kingdom. They're the bad guys after all, right? And the Declaration of Independence, we should remember, despite those immortal words, if we hold these truths self-evident, it's a list of grievances. This is why you're wrong and we're right. And so the way that I learned this, and maybe this is true for some of my fellow Americans, is you think about, and this is classic, perhaps arrogant Americanism, you think history begins in 1776. And of course, that's not true. So here's what I'm going to try and talk to you about today. One, this is an Anglo-American achievement. We are a product of what took place in England and the United Kingdom. Second, that the divine demands more than tolerance. Tolerance is not enough. And I've been saying this for many years, but in researching this presentation, I found out why the founders believe this. And I didn't know it when I was saying it, so now I feel validated. Faith and reason, the Enlightenment and true religious belief can end up in the same place with liberty, equality, and dignity. It takes time to innovate and socialize and institutionalize religious freedom over time and space in different cultures and countries. And then what are the implications and applications? This is what I'm hoping you'll take away. If you don't hear it, please correct me and rebuke me later, and I'll try to fill in the blanks if I skip any of this stuff. Let's start here. Our country had the great honor of hosting His Majesty, King Charles, at the end of April. And he gave this wonderful conversation, wonderful presentation in classic British style, a dry sense of humor, and everybody loved it. And he reminded us that, hey, you are the inheritors of the British Enlightenment, going back to the Magna Carta, through the Act of Toleration in 1689, the Glorious Revolution, and William and Mary being established in a constitutional monarchy. Those ideas preceded yours in a gentle, nice way. And it's important because it's true. What was the British Enlightenment? There's many elements to the British Enlightenment, but these are the two, maybe the most important as we think about American history. Sir Edward Coke. It looks like Coke, but it's pronounced Cook. He is the original English jurist. He is the one who introduces case studies to law. He is the one who writes the institutes and kind of creates law as a framework for everything that proceeds after that. He's an amazing guy. He's the guy that seizes on the Magna Carta, revitalizes it, and almost reinterprets it and brings it forward in the 1620s and says the king is subject to the law. And there's this great quote, you can't see it, but he says, the Magna Carta is such a fellow that he will have no sovereign. So he establishes the law in this context, in this framework. And then John Locke comes along and provides his two treatises. You've probably heard of them. One is on tolerance, one is on government. The one on government is the one that justifies and provides the common sense for everything that Sir Edward Coke developed. Now, he also wrote this thing called the Treatise on Tolerance. He flees England in 1683. King Charles II, and then James is still in power. He's may or may not have been affiliated with something called the Rye House event where they were trying to assassinate the king. So he flees to the Netherlands and he lives under a false name, and he writes the treatise on tolerance in 1685 in Latin. And then when everything kind of gets solved in England and the Glorious Revolution comes back, he comes back, we believe, on the same ship as Princess Mary. William and Mary, 1689, Act of Tolerance. Now, in these acts, we should be very clear about things. The Act of Tolerance, the king didn't say this part, was only to allow nonconformist Protestants alongside the state church or the Anglican church, which obviously still exists today. Nonconformist means those Protestants who did not want to be affiliated with the Anglican church. There's nothing about atheists, there's nothing about Catholics, Muslims. They're not part of the scene. John Locke comes along and says, hey, we're going to include the Muslims, but not the Catholics and not the atheists. So it's a very circumscribed sense of tolerance at this time, 1689. 4 years later, let's bring it over to America, these ideas of the British establishment get established in America. William and Mary. The constitutional monarchy begins. We create in Virginia, I'm a Virginian, the second oldest university in America or college. It's William and Mary after these principles. 67 years later, they take on a student named Thomas Jefferson. This is him on campus. So the question then becomes, if you're thinking about the history of the intellectual development, what were the ideas that influenced him? And he goes on to become the full embodiment, I would argue, of the British Enlightenment that the king recommended. He has two great teachers. One is George Wythe and the other is William Small. George Wythe teaches him about Sir Edward Coke. When Wythe dies, he gives him his copy of the Institutes. So this is a very important part for him. And then the other guy is William Small, who introduces him to this expansion of science and the system of things in which we are placed. That's how he described William Small. And he introduces him to John Locke, Sir Isaac Newton, gravity and all that stuff. Sir Francis Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon is the guy who basically develops this idea of evidence-based research, of an empirical approach. If, then, what are we doing? He writes something called the Organum Novum, which is when science begins to take off because you have evidence, not just these ideas, less spirituality, if you will. So how does this influence young Thomas? Well, Sir Edward Coke, he writes in a letter to Thomas Cooper, if you want to study law, you better read Coke. I'm not saying that this is a direct causal thing for how he embodies British establishment, by the way, Enlightenment. I am saying that these figures were very important in the formation of Thomas Jefferson. He writes this letter to John Trumbull because he wants the portrait of the three greatest men that have ever lived without exception. Interesting, huh? Because he's going to get these painted by John Trumbull. He's the guy that paints George Washington in the Declaration of Independence. And John Locke, Sir Francis Bacon, Isaac Newton, just as William Small taught him. So these ideas of the British Enlightenment come through these teachers at William and Mary, which literally embodies this new era in the United Kingdom. Now, here's the interesting part. There was another Brit of some stature who makes this observation about another British citizen. He says this: Roger Williams was the first political thinker of America. Roger Williams would say he was a Christian first, and then he did the politics to enable the protection of all faiths and none. But this is how Sir Winston saw him, because he's the first person to separate church and state. So now we're going to look at why Williams did that, and the faith and the reason kind of work together in the same strategic vector. Roger Williams is a nonconformist. before the Act of 1689. He's born in 1603. He goes to Cambridge. He becomes an Anglican priest, but he doesn't want to be associated with the Anglican Church. And so he goes to America, and he goes to Massachusetts. And in Massachusetts, the Puritans had left England and the Netherlands because they didn't like the way they were being treated. But in Massachusetts, they do unto others as was done unto them. You can worship any way you want as long as you worship the way we say. It's like Henry Ford and the Model T. You can get any color you want as long as it's black. Massachusetts is a soft theocracy. We don't like to think about it that way, but that's true. Roger Williams does not like this at all as a function of his faith. Roger Williams does not like the fact that the British Crown is giving away lands that belong to the Native Americans. And he thinks they should pay for it. He doesn't like oaths. And he doesn't like, above all, the civil magistrate saying this is the way to worship. He creates so much dissent that they want to put him under trial and send him back to England, where he is most likely going to be executed. So in the winter of 1636, the year Harvard's founded, he flees west, winter of 1635, 1636, he flees west and founds Rhode Island. Why is he able to do that? Because he had pre-existing relationships with the Native Americans. He pays them for the land and he speaks the language. He believes so much in this stuff that he doesn't even want to share his own faith, which is intrinsic to who he is as a Christian, until he speaks their faith, their language, well enough that they can understand the ideas that he's conveying. Who influenced Roger Williams? Thomas Jefferson learned about Sir Edward Coke and Sir Francis Bacon. Roger Williams learns from them. Roger Williams is a young teenage protege of Sir Edward Coke. And Coke takes him under his wings and shows him how life works in London. He shows him how Parliament works. And he just gives him a political instinct that is priceless, because nobody else could have that kind of experience in England at the time, especially him. He was not a noble. Sir Francis Bacon is around at the same time. He's inventing this whole thing about an empirical approach. He likes the best of Bacon, and he loves his friend, who he calls the glorious light. These two guys are arch rivals, each of them supporting factions within the crown to put the other in jail in the London Tower of London. And both of them spend some time in the Tower of London, which should give you some comfort. That is, the nature and the culture of a capital anywhere, in any country, in any time, is exactly the same. There's fierce political competition over ideas and personalities and egos, and you got to find a way to navigate it. Roger Williams understands this idea of what's motivated self-interest. He knows what he wants to do, the right thing to do, but he's learning how to practice this. Now, here's the interesting part from the intellectual lineage point of view, if you want to geek out a little bit. What's the relationship between Roger Williams and John Locke? We have no evidence that John Locke read Roger Williams. We have no evidence that Thomas Jefferson read Roger Williams. But if you look at these ideas, and I'm not going to read you the quotes, but on religious coercion, liberty of conscience, and the church as a voluntary organization, they're exactly the same. And here's what the scholars say, and I'm not going to get into all of this, but this guy, W.K. Jordan, he writes a book on the development of religious toleration in England, and he says Roger Williams is the most important person in the 17th century, more so than John Locke. And these other guys are saying Locke is basically refining ideas that Roger Williams developed. Now, this is the one fun fact I know you will all have on your bingo cards in terms of 3 things that you've learned today. Before Roger Williams goes to America, he is a private chaplain for Sir William Masham. And he gets married in this church over here on that estate. 1630, he leaves. 61 years later, John Locke comes to the same place and spends his remaining years there and dies in 1704. The church where Roger Williams was married is the same place that John Locke is buried. Anybody have that before? Anybody know that? Okay, now I feel really good about myself. So who's this Roger Williams guy, and how do we learn about like moving the promise, the presence of religious freedom at the beginning into the promise? What are these practical things that he teaches us? So when he flees west, he starts doing something that I call doing the right thing, which I have here in blue, and doing things that are in mutual self-interest, which is what he learned from Sir Edward Coke in Parliament. So he establishes providence for people who are being persecuted. Providence provides, God provides. But he also makes a deal with the Indians, the Native Americans. Why is that in his interest? Well, he's the only Anglo person in all of Rhode Island area right now. He needs them more than they need him. But the Native Americans also know there's just more and more English coming. So they need him to be a bridge back. He's the peace builder. In 1644, he comes back to England and he wants to get a Rhode Island colonial charter because Massachusetts keeps trying to take over Rhode Island. Because that's what the Puritans do. This is the way you worship. Everybody's got to be a part of it. You will be assimilated. He writes this book, The Bloody Tenet, in response to his experiences in Massachusetts. And he basically says the Bloody Tenet is this idea of if you enforce your faith, your religion, you're violating it. It's a complete contradiction in terms. And mind you, this is as the 30 Years' War is ending, 1648, where the Protestants and Catholics are killing each other all over Europe. The civil magistrate has no right on issues of the soul. Government can't be involved. Persecution doesn't produce faith, it produces hypocrites. And then he has this idea of soul freedom, soul liberty, and it extends to everyone. 1644, whatever the math is, 1689 minus 1644, 45 years earlier, he says all the things that the British Enlightenment said in 1689, and he does so for more people than the Act of Toleration allowed, and more people than John Locke allowed. Roger Williams is an original thinker. Whatever you want to say about him, he is an original thinker, and his ideas have shaped who we are as a republic. Now, this one might be the most important slide in the whole presentation. When Roger Williams is president, he's president in and out, because he's the guy that founded it and they keep coming back to him. He writes a letter to the city of Providence, and he makes this analogy to that ship on the opening slide, the Leon, of a ship crossing the Atlantic. It takes 2 months to cross the Atlantic at this time. That's not for the faint of heart. And he basically says, there's people in the ship, and they should not be forced to go to ship prayers, which would be Christianity. And if you have Turks, if you have Papists, Catholics, they don't have to go. They should not be coerced to go. So that's kind of the bottom up. That's the right thing to do. But he also says, look, there's a captain of the ship. We all depend on each other if we want to get from A to B. And we have to trust the ship's captain, the government, to work together. Otherwise, we don't get there. We all sink or we all sail together. It's a beautiful analogy. One ship, one people, whether you agree or disagree with those folks around you. Now, here's the most interesting part, at least for me. If they practice any faith, he's saying there's room for atheists. That was crazy then. He's saying there's room for anybody. The government's job is to provide the free space and the table, And to protect that space, that's the ship captain, the people's job is to show up and exercise the best of their faith responsibly. Now, there were some faiths in this room, some traditions in this room that weren't present at this time that he doesn't mention. But they too get a seat at the table. I want to give you two examples from my own experience here. When we first started working in East Asia, China, Tibet, Xinjiang, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, we sought out the best person possible to provide comparative analysis of religion and rule of law, so they could bring case studies from around the world to present to those communist countries or authoritarian countries. The best person in the world to do that was a guy by the name of Cole Durham. This is 2004 when I started doing this. I had people come to me and say, "Why are you working with the Mormons? Why would you do that?" And my response to that was, show me somebody better than Cole Durham who does this. I want excellence. And excellence attracts, and that's what's going to be my credibility inside the country. And oh, by the way, religious freedom is for everyone, isn't it? I had the same thing happen working with Greg, my brother. I co-founded this thing, and we were just having some little meetings. Greg shows up with his energy, and I start getting calls. You know, Greg's a Scientologist. Show me somebody better who brings people together. Show me somebody better who builds global infrastructure for religious freedom for everyone, all the time, everywhere. Isn't it for everybody? I even had an overseas friend and partner be approached by somebody and says, "Don't work with him, he's a Scientologist." And this person in another part of the world said, "Isn't it for everybody?" To the person questioning him. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're all on the same ship. We got a state, which is the captain. We got the people, the society, and we got to figure it out. We expect you to live out the best of your faith, but it's also in your self-interest. Here's a quick example. 1638. This is written about in legal journals. Roger and Mary Williams have a neighbor literally next door, Josh and Jane Varin. Joshua gets mad at Roger and forbids his wife from going to service at Roger's home. These things still happen. Roger Williams pulls the community together and says, Josh is violating Jane's liberty of conscience. And this is the quote from the Providence notes of the meeting. "Joshua, you are in breach of the covenant, and Jane will be free to worship with us." This guy's crazy. And then the last piece before we transition to our traditional founding fathers, he goes over a second time in 1652, and this is when the Lord Protector Cromwell is in charge. And he brings along a guy by the name of John Clark. 11 years later, John Clark gets this approved by Charles II. This is the Rhode Island Colonial Charter of 1663. And it has this beautiful language: "To hold forth a lively experiment that a most flourishing state may stand with full liberties and religious concernments." Isn't that America? Civil society, a lively experiment, that's who we are. But look at this last part. It's connected. If you do this, it will give the best and greatest security to sovereignty and will lay in the hearts of the men the strongest obligation to true loyalty. Translation: if you let people worship and you respect the essence of their identity, they're less likely to agitate against the state. You want loyalty to the state? Let them believe. If they believe and live out their faith, they're going to be loyal to the state. They're going to serve other people. That's good for you, politicians. That's good for stability. That's good to attract foreign direct investment. They didn't use that language then. This is a radical understanding of religious freedom because you have to tie it to national security. How did our founding fathers think about this? They absolutely agreed. Let me focus on Madison here. "Torrents of blood have been spilt in the old world by vain attempts to extinguish religious discord." He's referring to the 30 Years' War. That, of course, started in 1618 in the famous, here's your second fun fact that I bet you don't know, the defenestration. Some Protestants at Prague Castle, where the good ambassador is from, threw out 2 Catholics out the window, along with an aide. Because he was an aide, he doesn't get mentioned. And they don't die. Catholics say that's divine intervention by the angels. Protestants say because they landed in a heap of dung. Either way, the 30 Years' War starts in 1618 and bleeds Europe white because Protestants and Catholics can't get along. And James Madison is saying, we're not doing that. And he says that in his remonstrance against religious assessment, which leads to the passing of the Statute of Religious Freedom in 1786 in Virginia on January 16th, which is the day we celebrate Religious Freedom Day in our country. We'll talk about George in a second here. Why did they believe this? They believed this because they believed that tolerance was not enough, that this liberty of conscience was a gift and a responsibility given of God. How could the government say that we give this or that you give this? In the Virginia Declaration of Rights in May and June of 1776, the original Article 16 said there should be full toleration in the exercise of religion. Madison takes out the word toleration, and he writes, all are equally entitled to free exercise according to the dictates of conscience. Tolerance is not the word. I know it's a good word now, and I'm not trying to put it down, and it's used in a lot of the international covenants. But tolerance was not enough to capture this meaning of this inalienable right given of God. So let's review as we begin to wrap up what we've learned. That little island over there, all these people, not that many, came to Rhode Island and Massachusetts. We have learned that the liberty of conscience is an Anglo-American achievement. We've learned that the founders did not like the word tolerance, and they believed religious freedom was a national security issue. It takes time for ideas to transmit either through enlightenment and science or through faith and the spiritual. And the result is liberty, equality, and dignity if it's done correctly. The other thing that I've talked about implicitly here is that they work top down and bottom up. The state, the ship's captain, and the people. And the founders appealed to the right thing to do as well as the self-interested thing to do because they embodied such characteristics as humility, courage, patience, things like that. So what does this look like in practice? 2 final examples from the fathers and then some examples from the world, and we'll conclude. Our man, Roger Williams, you're never going to forget his name. 1672, the Quakers wanted to debate him theologically. 1638, he had created a space and negotiated with the Native Americans for the Quakers and Baptists to begin Newport, Rhode Island. So 40-something years later, they challenged him to a debate. Roger Williams rows 30 miles in a boat down to Newport and debates him for 3 days, and then he summarizes the Quaker position and his position, and he gives it to the Quakers to review, and the Quakers find nothing wrong with his summary of their position. That's intellectual honesty. That's liberty of conscience. That's doing the right thing. And the challenge just is, how hard are you going to row? How hard are you going to row for religious freedom for everyone, everywhere? Now, here's the master class. This is George Washington writing. He's writing to the Hebrew congregation of Newport, the same place that Roger Williams visited. The fact that it even exists is a testimony to Roger Williams' legacy. This is 150 years after Roger Williams. The year is 1790. Rhode Island is first in liberty of conscience, but it's last in approving the Constitution. And finally, they approve it, and George Washington rewards them with the political gift of a visit. Thomas Jefferson is with him, and they get this letter from Moses Sextus, who is the head of the Hebrew congregation, and they said, come see us, and here's some ideas. George Washington repeats much of what Moses says to him, so the guy feels like he's heard. And then he speaks in this language of self-interest and the right thing. All of us are citizens alike, liberty of conscience and immunity. All possess alike liberty of conscience and the immunities of citizenship. Immunities. It is now no more than toleration is spoken of, as if it was an indulgence of one class to another. They believe this. I can't give you liberty of conscience. You already possess it. For happily, self-interest, the government of the United States gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. But the deal here is you should demean themselves as good citizens. What does that mean? It means be doing the right thing, that the citizens of the country should continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants. To merit and enjoy, earn and enjoy. You do your part, do the right thing, they do that, then we'll all get along. Now here's the brilliance. What's the result? The result is a national security result. While everyone shall sit in the safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercies scatter light and not darkness in our paths. The red self-interest is a quote of Micah 4:4, something the Hebrews, the Jews, would understand from the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible. The Father of all mercies is the King James Version of 2 Corinthians 1:3. So he's speaking to the Hebrew congregation, a minority that is there because of Roger Williams and his legacy, but he's also speaking to the broader Christian community, all of whom would understand these references. When you row hard to engage people that don't think or act or vote or look like you got to do your homework. This is what it means to go cross-cultural and have engagement that is respectful of faith while not necessarily agreeing. Okay, so how do we bring all these things together? There's a concept called covenantal pluralism. It's got what we call 3 enabling conditions. It means if these 3 things are present, there's more of a chance of it happening. Covenantal pluralism is you have a responsibility, an obligation to engage, respect, and protect the other. Respect means you respect their dignity and their inherent liberty of conscience. It doesn't mean you necessarily agree with their beliefs or the resulting behavior. You got to have religious freedom. Secondly, you got to have virtues. You got to have humility and courage and patience and empathy. Because if you don't have those, what's the point of having the liberty of conscience? And then you have to be able to engage. And we have this thing called cross-cultural religious literacy, which is a mouthful. It does not fit on an easy bumper sticker. That is intentional because you want it to be relevant in places where people aren't sure what it is and therefore they're not threatened by it. Here's the bad news right now. Religious freedom sometimes is seen as an issue of the right only in this country and seen as imperialism in other countries. You should never stop using the word religious freedom phrase or liberty of conscience, but it is also true that it can be received the wrong way. So this theory of change, this concept is a way to talk about these things in other places and do the same things that Roger Williams and the founders did. So what does that look like as we wrap up? In 2022, we did a thing called the Dialogue of Declarations. We brought together the declarations from the Muslim majority world about what they say about religious minorities in the Muslim majority world. Marrakesh was referenced earlier, the father of the declarations, you might say, in 2016, led by Sheikhna's dad and with Sheikhna and thousands of scholars. They came together. We did a cross-cultural religious literacy thing, and the beautiful part here is these 2 women came up to me afterwards and said, I want to take a picture of you. And I said, I want to take a picture of you. We've been longing to be equipped to engage this way where we don't have to check our faith at the door. That's a loose translation. Look at the picture. 2 women, PhD students in Islam and human rights. One chooses contemporary clothes, one chooses traditional. Equal citizens under the law. That's what we're looking for. That's it. We also did the Bukhara Declaration to add to the declarations. They say the same thing. Religious freedom is good, but it also prevents terrorism if it's done right. And there's Greg and all of our friends from around the world, Ghana and Indonesia and Nigeria. Here's another example from the Caspian University. There is a committee for religious affairs at the national level in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and other places of the former Soviet Union. They have representatives in each of the provinces. They manage religious life. That's the way it's always been. So how do you educate them about how they engage people of all faiths and none in their provinces? We did this program. We gave them academic credit. And we worked through Caspian University. This is the brainchild of Wade Cusack and Yulia, who are in the room today. Where are you? Didn't show up in the picture. That's supposed to be a picture of them graduating. All you got was Simran Jeet and his, sorry about that. And then we had Robert speaking to them as well. Robert has been a great supporter and always trying to find ways to engage. People are listening to this because you're loving your neighbor in a language and logic that they understand, that is not threatening to them and is consistent with their own local culture and majority faith. That's the way to do it. Last set of slides, which is all mucked up. This is Indonesia. This is where it's taken place the most. There have been 77 cohorts that have gone through the cross-cultural religious literacy training. It's now being used by 4 different government ministries for professional development, training K through 12 teachers, civic leaders, religious leaders, mostly for madrasa, private madrasas in Indonesia, because they have an extremism threat. That's the catalyst. But also for Confucianism, Buddhism, and Hinduism. All those, we've done this class for everybody. Now, here's the interesting part about implementing and transmitting ideas. Lamina works with ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and cross-cultural religious literacy has been presented as a way of securing social harmony, social stability, national security. And at the end of this month, they will do their first course with a fellow ASEAN member, the Philippines. And it started slow. The Philippines came to them to watch it. They went to the Philippines to talk to them. And now they're doing their first online course. You'll notice that nobody in these pictures looks like George Washington or Roger Williams. But the same principles and practices are applicable. Why? Because they work. And they've adapted them for their own context, and they're institutionalizing it in their own way. So, I thank you for your time. I hope that you remember this idea of the ship and one people, one ship going in the same direction, whether you're a community, a country, or a continent, and that you have to do the right thing and live out the best of your faith and engage those different from you, even if you disagree, and especially when you disagree about theological or political matters. But it's also in your self-interest. It's also in your self-interest. And you have to work with your government to get it done. Amen.
Thank you, Chris. That was a treat. All right, now we'll keep going here, keep the program going. It is my privilege and my honor to introduce our next speaker. We have Riley Barnes here. He's the Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. Another longtime friend and member of our family, our International Religious Freedom Roundtable family. But I'm just going to give you a quick intro here. As we all know, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he's been, President Trump has trusted him with a lot of very big jobs, a lot of big hats. He's not just the Secretary of State, he's the National Security Advisor, USAID. I mean, he's doing a lot of things. And within the State Department, there's another guy who you're going to hear from now who's also wearing a lot of big hats. He's not just the Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, but he's also, in February 2026, the Secretary designated him to serve concurrently as the U.S. Special Coordinator for Tibetan Issues And he's delegated the task of Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom, which is why we're very honored and privileged to have him here to share remarks. But when Ambassador Sam Brownback was Ambassador at Large, Riley was his assistant, and he did a lot of great work with us on the civil society side. We worked in partnership. We had Ambassador Brownback. He asked if we could do weekly roundtable meetings with him. I said yes. That caused a lot of heartache in certain minds. But we did weekly meetings, and Riley Barnes was there with him, and it was a great partnership. Now that he's Assistant Secretary of State for DRL, and he's the acting ambassador at large, we look forward to continuing that partnership. He's been a great champion for religious freedom. He's a great guy, a great friend, and I want you all to join me in welcoming Assistant Secretary Riley Barnes.
Thank you, Greg. It's great to be here with you guys. And just for the record, I was a very early advocate for the weekly roundtables. So very glad we did that. And that was a wonderful moment too. Well, good morning. Thank you to the IRF Secretariat and to all those who had a hand in organizing today's event. It's a big deal. It's a big event. It's so fun to see so many friends in this room. And that's truly an honor to be here addressing you. As Greg mentioned, I wear a lot of hats, including the Assistant Secretary for DRL, Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, serve as a senior official for the International Religious Freedom Office. The team I lead is truly at the forefront of this administration's work to protect religious freedom overseas. And I was thinking about channeling Ambassador Brownback even coming here this morning. I think he would want me to do this. If you're part of the Religious Freedom Office staff, would you please stand up? Okay. Thank you, guys. So those who you can trust to raise these issues, to talk about these issues, they're your conduits on these topics. So please avail yourselves of them, of myself as well. But they're the ones with me who are standing up to foreign governments and others who are attempting to infringe on this right. As Greg mentioned, also privileged to serve as the special coordinator on Tibetan issues. I'll talk more about that in a moment. Fortunately, although there are many hats, Brownback also used to talk about hats a lot. They're overlapping in many respects, and one of the through lines throughout them all is religious freedom. So let me start by describing the Trump administration's commitment to promoting religious freedom, something that, as Greg and others have already mentioned, is certainly ingrained in the American consciousness, something that's part of our founding history, as Chris just went through, something that's, I think, very much woven into our daily lives, our way of life. So it's only natural that religious liberty serve as a constant consideration in an America First foreign policy. Then I'll detail a couple lines of effort in support of international religious freedom. And finally, I'll suggest ways we can work together to support and expand freedom of religion. Well, first, this room knows better than most that it's a critical time to work on religious freedom. These rights are a real and necessary foundation for peace. Religious freedom is often called America's first freedom, explicitly included in the first part of the First Amendment of our Constitution. As President Trump has stated, America will always defend the right of every person to live out their faith openly, freely, and without fear. The free exercise of religion is the cornerstone of our constitutional way of life and the first freedom enshrined by our founders. So as we rightly celebrate America's 250 years, we naturally reflect on the values that birthed our country. I know I've been doing a lot of that in this job, and especially over the last few weeks surrounding the 4th, and it's an honor to do that with you today. Our founders fled religious persecution, and they fled religious persecution looking for a freedom-loving land, and so wanted to ensure that the founding documents of this country protected religious freedom as an unalienable and God-given right. They recognize that when a government fails to protect religious freedom as a right by nature, the freedoms of speech, of expression, peaceful assembly, they also all crumble. So we recognize that America and our people benefit immeasurably from protection of religious freedom. And we aspire for all others to enjoy the same freedom protection, and benefit it affords. So to summarize and state our position very clearly, President Trump and Secretary Rubio are committed to making America safer, stronger, and more prosperous by taking decisive action to protect religious freedom at home and abroad. So keeping that history in mind is essential to understand where we're going and what we're doing. So our America First foreign policy begins with this robust defense of religious freedom. Our America First foreign policy demands protection and defense of God-given natural rights. And as the president said, religious freedom is the liberty every tyrant has always feared and sought to destroy. Secretary Rubio explained last fall that religious persecution destabilizes countries, it undermines hope for peace, and attacks a core truth recognized by our founding fathers, that faith is essential to human flourishing and a free society. So that's why promoting and defending religious freedom around the world is a priority for the Trump administration and critical to our national security. In fact, the U.S. 2025 National Security Strategy lays this out clearly by saying the rights of free speech, freedom of religion and of conscience, the right to choose and steer our common government are core rights that must never be infringed. So protecting this right makes any society safer, stronger, and more prosperous. And safer and more secure countries are then thus better partners for the United States as well. Why is that? Because credible research shows governments that effectively safeguard religious freedom are more stable and more economically vibrant. Nations that protect religious freedom foster citizens who understand their rights, value justice, and resist oppression. These nations become our allies. They engage in fair trade, respect American sovereignty, uphold the ideals of liberty that make America stronger and more secure. Countries with strong human rights protections typically attract more foreign investment from foreign and American investment, which fosters innovation, promotes economic development. Rule of law is reliable. Their judicial and legal systems treat investors and individuals fairly and predictably. Just last month, President Trump reminded the world that America stands as the ultimate example of freedom in the world, and we will always defend the right of every person to live out their faith openly, freely, and without fear. Okay, so that's kind of the scene setter and the kind of foundational principial thoughts undergirding this. How are we defending the right of every person to live out their faith openly, freely, and without fear? I'll cite a couple of ways. First, focusing internationally, we focus on accountability. December 2025, Secretary Rubio announced the first ever visa restriction policy for individuals who have participated in religious freedom violations. This expands on the existing visa ineligibility focused strictly on government officials responsible for severe violations. Under the new policy, any individuals who have directed, authorized, significantly supported, participated in, or carried out violations of religious freedom abroad and their immediate family members may be ineligible to enter the United States. The United States also remains committed to direct advocacy on behalf of prisoners of conscience. From action officers at our embassies to the meetings I take both abroad and here in DC, to the president himself calling for the release of those unjustly imprisoned, we are engaged at all levels on this critical advocacy and are eager for your help on it. And we have seen the dividends of our work. I want to especially highlight the fight against transnational repression and anti-Semitism. When governments reach beyond their borders to silence diaspora communities, suppress religious minorities, dox activists, misuse international cooperation mechanisms, including extradition requests, or falsely designate human rights organizations as terrorist groups, they export repression. Transnational repression is committed against people and organizations here in the United States as well. And we are determined to hold perpetrators accountable for violating our sovereignty and targeting Americans on American soil. Within the United States, we work regularly to support members of groups that are at risk by educating them on what TNR is and how to respond to it, by providing law enforcement with training, and by strengthening our interagency coordination to respond to specific incidents. Anti-Semitism is another global priority in our commitment to protecting religious freedom. President Trump issued an executive order during his first days in office to declare it shall be the policy of the United States to combat anti-Semitism vigorously, and that's what we're doing. Ambassador and Rabbi Yehuda Kaplan leads our work in the Office of the Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. He and others on his team travel the world to share clearly and unapologetically that anti-Semitism is a security threat, and the United States will hold governments accountable for failing to meet their responsibility to protect Jewish communities at all levels. So those are some of the global examples, but let me drill down to our work in several countries to illustrate how the United States defends and encourages religious freedom globally. Last fall, as y'all will recall, President Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern based on particularly severe religious freedom violations. The shocking level of violence against Christians in the Middle Belt is unacceptable. Not only do we condemn such violence, but we have taken action. This administration has been unflinching in this regard. We have encouraged the Nigerian government to take specific steps that will improve security for Christians and all individuals persecuted for their faith, to hold perpetrators accountable for their crimes, and to strengthen rule of law. We've also stressed that addressing the root causes of conflict, whether social, economic, political, religious, is also critical. We provided emergency assistance to 314 Christian victims of ethnic Fulani militia attacks, including support for individuals and families to relocate to safety within the country after their homes were burned and their family members were killed. Militarily, we have conducted joint operations that eliminated nearly 200 militants, including senior ISIS leader who was directly attacking within Nigeria. In response to strong U.S. engagement, the Nigerian government has taken action. Nigerian security services have mounted more effective responses to individual security incidents. They've detained the responsible individuals. They've brought criminal charges against some perpetrators of violence. But despite a growing number of limited successes, attacks and kidnappings targeting Christian communities remain. Durable security gains will likely require the Nigerian government to undertake more offensive operations and expand police capacity to secure operational success. We continue to advocate on this regularly. Our message to Nigeria is clear. The government must take meaningful and effective steps to address the conditions that have led to religious freedom violations, including protecting members of religious communities from violence, addressing blasphemy laws, and stopping bad actors. The Trump administration will continue to work with the government of Nigeria to increase its ability to protect Christians and members of all religious communities. Turning closer to home, to the Western Hemisphere, we shine a spotlight on Nicaragua. We abhor the Maria Ortega dictatorship's unjust detentions, abuse, and forcible exile of clergy, nuns, lay workers, and other faith leaders. In recent years, the United States has imposed financial sanctions on 52 individuals and 21 entities. We've taken steps to impose visa restrictions on more than 2,300 Nicaraguans for their support of the dictatorship's brutality. Nicaraguans targeted with these accountability measures include perpetrators of violations and abuses of religious freedom. When the Maria Ortega dictatorship banned traditional Holy Week public processions, a highlight of the most sacred time of the year in Nicaragua, Deputy Secretary Landau spoke up. He criticized the dictatorship for denying the people of Nicaragua the right to profess their faith, and he reiterated U.S. support for religious freedom there. On the 4th of July, I and other colleagues at the department demanded the immediate and unconditional release of Bishop Abelardo Mata, who was arbitrarily detained by the Maria Ortega dictatorship. Bishop Mata is 80 years old with chronic health concerns, poses no threat, and yet is subjected to house arrest simply for praying publicly for forcibly exiled Bishop Alvarez. Across the Pacific, Beijing disregards religious freedom and exercises hostility towards members of most religious and spiritual groups. These groups include predominantly Muslim Uyghurs and Hui, Tibetan Buddhists, Protestants, Catholics, and Falun Gong practitioners. The Chinese Communist Party, or CCP's ongoing and escalating crackdown on Protestant Christian house churches, is a grave threat to religious freedom. Beijing has made clear its intent to control and suppress faith communities that fall outside of state-sanctioned bounds. Across China, pastors and church leaders, including those of Zion Church, Early Rain Covenant Church, and many others, have had their churches raided and have been detained and sentenced to heavy prison terms simply for practicing their faith. These raids are not isolated incidents. They reflect the CCP's systematic campaign to silence and suppress Christian churches and their leaders and laity. We raise our concerns about Beijing's treatment of unregistered groups at the highest levels. Last October, Secretary Rubio called on the CCP to immediately release the detained church leaders and to allow all people of faith, including members of house churches, to engage in religious activities without fear or retribution. The CCP's hostility does not end with its targeting of Christians. This Monday, July 20th, marks the 27th anniversary of the CCP's cruel campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. The U.S. government takes attacks on members of religious groups such as the Falun Gong seriously and is committed to using all appropriate tools to pursue accountability for Chinese officials' involvement in reprisal attacks. In Xinjiang, the CCP masks its systematic state-sponsored assault on religious and ethnic identity by claiming its goal to be de-extremification and poverty alleviation. This excuse is patently false. More than 1 million Uyghurs and members of other religious minorities have been subjected to arbitrary imprisonment, forced labor, forced sterilization, torture, and other severe human rights violations. The CCP's goal is not security. It's the eradication of a faith community. The United States is committed to promoting accountability for these violations. U.S. policy focuses heavily on combating forced labor through the Uyghur Human Rights Protection Act and the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, landmark legislation authored by then Senator Rubio. The department continues to advocate for Uyghur prisoners of conscience targeted for peacefully expressing their views or practicing their faith. Now let me turn briefly to Tibet. It's my honor to serve as the U.S. Special Coordinator for Tibetan issues. The United States is committed to supporting the unalienable rights and aspirations of the Tibetan Buddhists to celebrate and preserve their distinct culture, language, and religion without fear of interference. One of my top priorities is to advance U.S. government efforts to preserve Tibetans' ability to freely choose and venerate religious leaders, including the Dalai Lama, free from external interference. It's time to find an enduring solution for Tibet, one that will allow Tibetans to fully exercise their God-given rights and enjoy their way of life. The United States and I personally will continue to work towards this future. So those are some of the top-of-mind priorities we're moving on, we're putting into effect. But tomorrow, the Earth Secretary will ask you to become a family of advocates. And the U.S. government looks forward to collaborating with you to that effect. We join you in this work to support and expand the protection of this right globally, but the U.S. government can't do it alone. Religious freedom advocates, faith leaders, nonprofit groups, the business community, and other governments, of course, all play a critical role. So I encourage you to continue to meet with our colleagues from the Office of International Religious Freedom, who stood earlier, here in Washington, our colleagues at embassies and consulates around the world. Continue to share information that can help us implement new visa restrictions and ensure that those who significantly support or participate in these violations of religious freedom are held accountable. Working together, we can better advocate for prisoners of conscience around the world, help reunite individuals with their families. You all here in this room do the invaluable work to protect religious freedom. You are tireless advocates, even when progress is really slow. Please keep going. Please keep persevering in that. For so many in this room, I know this issue is personal. Thank you for your courage to share your stories and the stories of others. Again, please keep going. As President Trump said last year when he established the White House Faith Office, the efforts of faith-based entities, community organizations, and houses of worship are essential to strengthening families and revitalizing communities. We welcome opportunities to partner with such organizations. This is as true in international diplomacy as it is at home. So as we reflect on America's 250th anniversary, we are energized, I personally am energized by all of you here today to continue this work, to ensure more people around the world enjoy the incredible liberties that have allowed our nation and our people to thrive. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary Barnes. Now, we're just going to keep rolling along. We're a little bit behind schedule. I'm going to call up Chris Seipel, my partner here. And then we're very privileged again to have Senator Jim Risch, who's the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. If you can come on up, and Senator James Lankford. Senator Lankford is the co-chair of the Abraham Accords Caucus, also of the Anti-Semitism Task Force in the Senate. Senator Lankford has been, he's the one who helps us get rooms in the Senate, including tomorrow for our event, our day 2 of our event. So both of these gentlemen are champions of religious freedom. And Chris and I are going to have a fireside chat. I think we have about 15 minutes, so we're going to get right to it. I'm going to bring up another chair.
Hello.
Chris, I think, can get us started.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for what you do for our country and your service in the Senate and sharing some time with us today. Our first question is a very simple one and basic one, if you don't mind sharing. What in your own background, your own beliefs, the way you were brought up, not forced you, but made you think about religious freedom and appreciate it at both home and abroad?
Thank you so much. One of the joys of being the senior senator. Well, first of all, let me say I saw the question that was asked, and I've really given it some thought, and I can't go back to a time when my mind wasn't there, and I think that is primarily because we live in a society here in America where the subject that we're talking about, and that is religious oppression here, is non-existent. Now we certainly get anti-Semitism and we get those kinds of things, but someone actually trying to violate the United States Constitution, the document that our founding fathers gave us, and suppress religious freedom is so foreign here in America. Now, as chairman of Foreign Relations Committee, there's 200 countries. I deal with most of them, there's a handful we don't, of course. But the same view is not the same in some of those countries as there is here. And so I think as I got this job, it became much more apparent to me that all the freedoms, but particularly the freedom of religion and freedom of speech, are so ingrained in our society here in America, and so accepted and part of our life that we don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. We're horrified when we see something like happened in New York. We all watched what happened on Columbia University and wrung our hands over that, and said, how could people be doing this? I mean, I'm also the senior senator Republican senator on the Intelligence Committee, so I saw the videos of what happened when Hamas came into Israel and killed the 1,200 people that they did, and the torture and the atrocities that they committed. How those people in New York could be associating themselves with Hamas is absolutely beyond me. I mean, I don't know where these people can come from associating themselves with a group like that. But I think for most of us, I think as Americans, it's something where you just in your families and your schools and what have you, bring you up with this. And like a lot of things in America, we wake up every morning taking for granted the things that we have here. And I can tell you, traveling around the world, there are people all over the world who want to be here in America because of what we've got. I come back from a trip and I watch these talking heads on the various things you see on the internet and on TV, talking about how bad America is, you just shake your head and say, you really ought to go out and spend some time in these other countries. If I were king, I'd require that every child in America spend their junior year in high school in a country that was a third world country and a communist country. They would come back here with an entirely different view of the country that they were born into. So with that.
Thank you, sir. Senator Langford?
Yeah, so good to see everybody. And by the way, thank you for Riley's comments before about everybody that is working so hard on this. Keep going. We need as many voices as we can, as many places as we can. So thank you for what you're doing and getting a chance to be able to spread this message. For me, I grew up as a Baptist kid in Texas, and I was surrounded by other Baptist kids in Texas and didn't think anything about this until I went to college. And I met just lots of folks from lots of different faiths and lots of different backgrounds. And I'm a history nerd as well. And so for me, it was digging into some of our previous history and seeing, even in America, where we came from. Our original colonies, most of the colonies had a designated religious perspective for the leaders of that colonies. Now, as a Baptist kid, the Baptists were kicked out of all the colonies except for Rhode Island. We all ended up in what's called Providence, Rhode Island now, because Baptists couldn't actually operate and couldn't practice their faith in any of their colonies. So even for America, this statement in 1789 for our Bill of Rights, that we would protect the rights of all people to be able to have all faiths, and in the what's called the Article 6 of our United States Constitution, that protects the rights of Jim and I as elected officials to have any faith, change our faith, or have no faith, and that be perspective. That was a really radical concept in 1789, even for us. But this experiment still continues on. So for me, this really came out of studying more in history, going through the perspective, and getting a chance to be able to meet people of all faiths, sitting in college and realizing, hey, I want the right to be able to live my faith out. So I'm going to protect the right of you to be able to live your faith out and to make sure both of those are protected.
Great, thank you. Our second question, we were going to talk about, the International Religious Freedom Act passed in 1998. It created the International Religious Freedom Office, the Ambassador at Large, the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. And since then, there's just been an increasing number of, governments that have gotten involved. So a lot of government action, a lot of more advocacy. Yet the Pew Research Center still reports that global restrictions and social hostilities against religion, they were climbing, and they've reached peak levels, and they're persisting at peak levels. So and so you said keep going. Riley said keep going. And we're from civil society. What our response is. I mean, we've been doing the roundtable for 16 years. We started building a global infrastructure 5 years ago. What else can we be doing? Tomorrow in the Senate, we're going to launch a civil society collaborative to try to bring a more holistic approach to the problem, which would be not just multi-faith, but multi-sector. We're trying to bring the corporate world in more, academic world, and try to integrate all the advocacy actions with engagement directly with foreign governments that are restricting religion, and then building capacity of partners on the ground in these countries to help them build from the ground up. So I just wanted to hear from you both on what else we can do. And do you think it would be helpful for a collaborative like this to bring joint planning and the development of strategy that could help the movement?
No, go ahead.
All right, so I'll take that one first. I would say a couple things. One is, imagine what it would be like if you weren't doing this work. So that I would begin there to say we're a little holding back. And if this work was easy, it would have been done a long time ago. It's not. We're dealing with competing worldviews right now. The Chinese Communist Party is trying to teach every dictator in the world how to oppress and control their own people and how to be able to manage. We are working to be able to bring to people a sense of freedom and ideas and a different way to be able to do it. So we are dealing with two diametrically different global philosophies here. We also have the rapid rise of social media around the world, where if you want to divide and make someone angry and isolate and humiliate people, it's very easy and cheap to be able to do. And so those mechanisms of a competing worldview that we're dealing with the Chinese Communist Party now, and what they're doing to export control around the world, and social media, and how if you want to be anti-Semitic or if you want to be isolationist or separate, divide, that's easy to be able to do now. So I do think it'd be helpful to be able to gather people to be able to strategize and say, okay, this is what we did in the 1990s. Where are we right now? because what we're fighting for is still the same, but maybe the tools need to be slightly different on what we're doing. And it's the reality of what we're up against. It's never going to be perfect on that. We happen to live in a fallen world, but we can fight and can make progress on this, as we've seen before. If you go back to your picture right here of Thomas Jefferson, who, by the way, was a redhead. You can't tell from that picture, but he was a redhead. Thomas Jefferson, of all the things of being president and writer of the Declaration of Independence and everything else, the thing he was most proud of was the Virginia Declaration of Religious Liberty. I mean, when he wrote that, he said that's the thing that he was most proud of all the things. So this fight's been going on a long time. We're just not done yet. It's our turn in our generation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think, first of all, when you undertake a fight like this, you always have objectives that you want to reach, and you think about what victory looks like, and what the world would be like when you're done. I think the first thing that you have to embrace when you take on this fight is that it is a fight. It is a permanent fight. It will never be over. Now, why do I say that? I say that because the 200 countries on the planet, and for that matter, all peoples on the planet, are governed in some way by a governing body or a governing institution. Frequently, that governing body is at real odds with the practice of people's religion. And here we're sitting here in the Museum of the Bible. You don't have to get very far into the Bible to see the clash between the religious entity and the government entity. And why is that? Well, frequently the religious entity has a very different view of freedom and justice than the government does. The government in many countries, their whole focus is on survival. And the way you survive is you control the populace, and you control their thinking, you control their actions, you control everything about them. And again, that is frequently at odds with the religious thought that's out there. So this fight goes on and on and on. And even though a government falls and another government comes in, that doesn't necessarily resolve the issue. There's some South American countries that are real studies on this. I'm Catholic, and the Latin America is to a large extent Catholic, and the fights that the church and the Pope have had with the governments in South America are legendary, because again, the government wants to control, and the religious entities have a very, very different view of freedom and the practice of religion.
Excellent. Let me put just a finer point on what Greg just asked. And for the audience, the International Religious Freedom Act was passed in 1998. My father happened to be the first U.S. ambassador, a Republican. And
I could confirm him.
And since then, we've had a lot of great wins. We've got people out of jail. Pastor Ezra Jin is going to be with us later tonight. We thank the Trump and the president for getting him out. We've seen countries removed from the religious freedom violations list, Vietnam and Uzbekistan. But as Greg mentioned, the global surveys, restrictions are rising from the government, top down, and from society, bottom up, worldwide. So what is it from our founding that we can specifically do within the government and as a people to change that? And here, let me add one final comment. Having tried to raise money for this in the NGO sector, I got all the scars and no money. How can we think about philanthropy? Sterling Foundation's in the audience. They've done fantastic stuff. But how do we think about generating money? And I'm not begging for legislation, although that might be nice, or through the State Department. But how do we think about that and making that a more of an opportunity? Because there's so many people trying to do the right thing, but there just aren't enough people supporting it, government or philanthropies.
All right. Well, I think for one thing, I don't think this gets the kind of spotlight that it should get in the American media, and for that matter, among the American people. again, we are complacent in this because we live in a place like this. I've been through a number of administrations now. This administration, first of all, Marco Rubio is a close personal friend of mine, as he is with James Langford. He was the right guy to be Secretary of State because our effort as a government on religious freedom really runs through the Department of State. And Marco is absolutely fully and 100% committed to what we're trying to do. But there's just so much you can do with laws. And a lot of times it does take the effort that you're talking about. The tax consequences of contributions are always important. Those are the kinds of things that you can focus on. But again, it's a fight that you have got to map out and then assume that it is not going to be perfect and you're not going to have a complete victory. And any victory you do get is temporary because new people come in, new governments come in, new entities come in. And it's just something you have to embrace.
Let me bounce a couple of things off you. We passed in Congress several years ago a change in State Department priorities for our folks in the embassy to do specific training on religious liberty in our embassy everywhere around the world. That shockingly was not done before. That's an amendment I actually brought. We got passed, and it changed some of the training to be able to make sure all of our embassy personnel, when they're negotiating trade deals, when they're talking about commerce, when they're engaging with other leaders in other countries, they're bringing that up and they have additional awareness. That's helpful for the United States to be able to bring that up. There are some countries around the world where the United States ambassador speaks with a louder voice than some of the leadership of that country, just based on relationships and respect that's there. So it's important that they're bringing this issue up. We passed in Congress a requirement that when we do trade negotiations, we have to also bring up the issue of religious liberty during those trade negotiations. Again, that's a leverage point in our negotiations with them. So I think those are practical things that can be done. As far as what can we do to be able to build momentum, it is part of the challenge because there's so many needs in so many places. We want to work in all 200 countries equally at the same time, and then we show very little progress. I'm a firm believer in where is their progress already? How can we invest heavier in that? If it's kind of a feed the ones that are being most successful in that, where there's a momentum. You've got leaders in the government, you've got individuals on the ground, you've got all the pieces that are there at one time. If you can sink it and show progress, then you can turn back to donors and you can say, this is what we look like 5 years ago. This is what we look like now, specifically because of the actions. People give towards success and they get excited about success. So where you can begin to direct resources and saying, we have all the things, and if I can just say this boldly, God has put all the pieces together at one time in one place to be able to make the change here. We should sink in right there to be able to see that kind of change and to accelerate that. That provides you some momentum to be able to keep going. If you would do a little bit everywhere, it doesn't feel like anything's happened. If you can accelerate some areas and make progress, that was the focus of countries of particular concern, that we as a nation highlight and say, this is a problem. If you want to get off this list, then let's go through these specific things. That allows us as a country to dig in more. And when we see a country come off the list of a particular concern, we get a chance to be able to celebrate that because we saw movement on it.
First of all, I agree 100% with what was just said. And this is a target-rich environment. You can pick the targets, and some of them are just very, very difficult. A good example of that is you try to persuade governments to embrace a much more liberal view of practice of religion, as we do, and as the government does, as our State Department does. You wind up with some really heavy lifts. One of the best examples I can think of are the Uyghurs in China. I mean, we hear about all of these arguments we have with China. You almost never hear about the Uyghurs, but for those of you who may not be familiar, it's 2 million people. They are a sect of the Muslim religion, and they are held captive by China. I mean, they're kept as slaves by China, and there's 2 million of them. That you almost never hear the struggle that these people are going through. They are going through a very difficult struggle. Now, why do you never hear about it? Well, of course, because China is such a big country and they are so important in trade negotiations and everything else. China is incredibly sensitive on the Uyghurs. If you bring up the Uyghurs in a conversation with China, you wind up sometimes with a walkout. I mean, they are just incredibly sensitive about that because they know how badly these people are being treated for one reason, because of the religion that they practice.
Yeah, that's great. And final comment from my side, what you just said, find where progress is being made and build on that. So we've decided as a civil society, our roundtable community, and the global infrastructure we've been building, we want to start giving out an America 250 Founders Promise Award to countries that are doing what you just said, where progress is being made and they're carrying that founder's promise to the world. The promise was made in 1776. The whole point now is to continue carrying that promise around the world. And so you see that the award sitting over on the top of the speaker over there, that's the inaugural award. We're just announcing it today, but our thought is to give that award to Morocco and the United Arab Emirates, because Morocco they both made progress on religious freedom with the Marrakesh Declaration. Morocco was the first country to recognize the independence of America. We mentioned it earlier, December 20, 1777. So we can go do a 250th anniversary event in Morocco in December of next year. And the UAE is carrying that promise forward. So they're great examples of progress in the Muslim majority world. So we're going to be doing that from our end on civil society, but we're going to continue to engage governments and continue to help them come along with roadmaps to reform, memorandums of understanding, and we'll look forward to inviting you all to walk with us as much and as wherever you guys can.
Yeah, two great countries to be able to receive that award and what they're doing on it, and real leadership. I have to tell you one funny story. I happened to be in the United Arab Emirates when they were just about to open their Abraham House, which, if you're not familiar with the Abraham House, it's literally one large area they built. It's a beautiful area where there's a mosque, there's a synagogue, and there's a church all on one huge area, and all three of them are absolutely gorgeous that they've set up. And so I was walking through this with some of the leadership there, and they said they said we found one problem and one solution that we found accidentally. Said the one problem was the rabbi's house we built too small because he's got a lot more kids than we thought. He said the one solution that we found that we didn't expect was the parking lot is used on Friday for the mosque, on Saturday for the synagogue, and on Sunday for the church. And so we only needed one parking lot for all three of these gathering spots. It was just a really funny moment. But that's a very bold declaration that the UAE put out there, not just say, we're going to protect religious liberty, we're going to promote religious liberty. So grateful for what they're doing.
Thank you. Join us in thanking the chairman and Senator Langford. Thank you very much. And we're going to just stick around. We're going to present you with something. You'll stay right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if that. All right, Chris, you can stay here with me also. So, in order to thank Senator Langford, and you know us, we give out we like to give out awards and recognize our champions of international religious freedom. The roundtable started by giving out Thomas Jefferson IRF Champion Awards. More recently, with IRF Secretariat and the global work we started doing, we gave out IRF Builder Awards last year. Overseas, we gave out IRF Peace Builder Awards. This year, to take advantage of the once in a generation moment, we're in the America 250. We wanted to recognize Senator Langford for everything you have done, not only for us in the roundtable community, but for people all over the world, people of all faiths and beliefs all over the world. We wanted to recognize you with an America 250 IRF award. This is the first one that we're giving out. So you're getting the inaugural America 250 IRF Champion Award. So thank you very much, Senator. Thank you. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you. No. We got him right there. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Okay, I think now we're going to hear a few American stories. Could we get is Richard Fulton here? There you go. Come on up, Richard. We're going to start with Richard. Richard Fulton has been, again, and I'll just tell you the story. The IRF Roundtable, it works on a participant-led, participant-driven basis. It's an informal network of advocates and attorneys and human rights, activists, and people of all faiths and beliefs. We all come together regularly. Richard has been coming in and out of the roundtable for several years. He's been one of our most active participants, and he opted in. We've built a convening coalition that I'll tell you more about later in support of this event. And what we put out the call, and this is what we always do, to fill out our agendas, we put out a call for agenda items. Every agenda we have is populated by participants of the roundtable. And I did the same thing for this event. We put out calls if anybody wanted to come and share their own American story on what the promise of religious freedom has meant for them here in America. And we put out the call, and the people that you see on this list opted in and wanted to come up and share their story. We have another one, Lauren Homer's going to come up too. She's not on that list, but she's going to share hers. We're going to start with Richard Fulton, who's a representative of the Sephardic Jewish community here in the United States. Richard.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be, at the front of the room at the round table, and to be at this terrific event and to be here with all of you. I'm a member of the board of SHIN DC, that is Sephardic Heritage International DC, which is an organization dedicated to educating about and bringing relationships on behalf of the Sephardic Jewish community here in the United States. In case you're wondering, I'm not Sephardic myself. I'm Sephardic by proximity. My wife is of Iraqi Jewish origin. But that's enough to make me very much committed to this very important cause. Today, the great majority of American Jews are Ashkenazim, that is, descendants of Jews who sojourned for many centuries in Germany and Europe and other parts of Europe. But it is not well known that the first Jews to come to what would later become the United States were not Ashkenazim, but rather a small group of Sephardic Jews, which is to say Jews from Spain and Portugal, who arrived in the 17th century, fleeing expulsion, forced conversion, and persecution. At a time when anti-Semitism, racism, polarization, and cultural misunderstanding are increasing worldwide, we too often encounter a narrow understanding of Jewish identity that erases the stories of Sephardic, Mizrahi, that is to say, Jews of the Middle East, African, Asian, Latin American, Caribbean, and other multicultural Jewish communities, representing centuries of coexistence, migration, resilience, and artistic achievement. Those stories largely remain absent from museums, classrooms, and public discourse. After the expulsions from Iberia, the Inquisition's reach extended even into the Americas, notably Brazil, so that Jews who had fled to Latin America were then compelled to flee once again, this time to the north. In 1654, a small group of Sephardic Jews arrived in New Amsterdam, today's New York City. Others later settled in Newport, Philadelphia, Charleston, and Savannah. Though few in number, they established synagogues, cemeteries, charitable societies, and a durable pattern of Jewish communal life. New York's Congregation Shearage Israel, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, was founded already in that first year, 1654, by 23 Jews of Spanish and Portuguese descent. It remains today America's oldest Jewish congregation, although not in the same location where the synagogue was originally founded. Newport became one of the great symbols of this early promise. Its Sephardic congregation built Truro Synagogue in 1763, which is the oldest surviving synagogue building in the United States and still functions as a synagogue to this day. Rhode Island had been founded on liberty of conscience, and Truro stood as a visible sign that Jews could worship publicly in the American colonies. Yet religious freedom was not automatic. In many places, Jews still faced restrictions on office holding, on citizenship, and on social acceptance. And we've already heard this morning about George Washington's famous 1790 letter to the Sephardic Hebrew congregation in Newport, a letter that remains powerful. Washington famously wrote that the United States government, quote, gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. He went beyond mere tolerance, again, a theme we've already heard this morning. He did not say that Jews could exist by the kindness of the majority only. He affirmed that the liberty of conscience and the privileges of citizenship belong to all as a matter of right. This was a remarkable statement in world history. For centuries, Jews had depended on rulers' temporary protection, often withdrawn in moments of crisis. Washington's letter expressed a new civic ideal. Jews were not guests in America, they were citizens. In the 19th century, the Jewish population changed dramatically. German-speaking Jews arrived in large numbers beginning in the 1840s, settling not only in New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, but also in other large cities and small towns across the country. They built businesses, synagogues, newspapers, hospitals, benevolent societies, and national organizations. And then from the 1880s to the early 20th century, millions of Eastern European Jews came to America, many fleeing pogroms, poverty, restrictive laws, and political upheaval in the Russian and Austro-Hungarian empires. They brought Yiddish culture, labor activism, traditional religious life. I'm just getting out some notes that I wanted to fill up as well. Labor activism, traditional religious life, Zionist movements, and new forms of American Jewish creativity. Their arrival transformed American Judaism and American cities alike. Perhaps no one is more reflective of this transition of the nature of the Jewish population in the United States than the famous writer Emma Lazarus, who was herself Sephardic, descended from the first Jews who were refugees from Spain, but also, as well, from a descendant of early German Jews who came to this country before the larger migration. She advocated for Ashkenazi Jews who were experiencing anti-Semitism pogroms in Eastern Europe, authored, of course, the famous 1883 poem, The New Colossus, which is on a plaque on the Statue of Liberty, most famous for casting Lady Liberty as the mother of exiles, a universal symbol of hope, refuge, and opportunity for immigrants, refugees, and the oppressed. The promise of religious freedom did not mean the absence of anti-Semitism. Jews faced discrimination in universities, neighborhoods, professions, hotels, clubs, and public life. As a result, American Jews created their own hospitals and law firms and other institutions so that they could work at those institutions and serve their populations. In the 1930s, Father Charles Coughlin used his nationally broadcast radio sermons to spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories to millions of listeners, showing how old hatreds could be amplified by modern media. I think we're all familiar with that phenomenon today in the context of social media. The United States also failed Jews in the run-up to and during the Holocaust, as immigration restrictions kept desperate refugees out. And yet, over time, American Jews, the Ashkenazim, the Sephardim, from wherever they came, helped shape the country while claiming its founding promises: equal citizenship, freedom of worship, and full participation in civic life. Even at its worst, Ashkenazi Jews called America the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, certainly in terms of the freedoms and opportunities they enjoyed by comparison to the lands from which they had come. I know this from my own family story. My parents came to America as Holocaust survivors after the United States finally opened its doors, but only after they had suffered incalculable loss in Hitler's war against the Jews, while much of the world turned a blind eye. My wife's family, too, came to this country after being expelled from Iraq, forced to leave with little but the shirts on their backs, a land in which Jews had lived for millennia. In both cases, they were able to rebuild their lives in America, in the Golden Medina, and raise their families, accepted as part of larger society. Today, Jewish communities in the United States enjoy freedoms that would have astonished many earlier generations. Synagogues openly built, Jewish schools and organizations thriving, and Jews serving at every level of public life. But in recent times, anti-Semitism has become more visible, even exploding, in threats to synagogues, harassment on campuses, conspiracy theories online, vandalism, violence, and sometimes murder. These attacks may be couched in the language of anti-Zionism, but in whatever form they are, just another manifestation of the ever-mutating virus of Jew hatred. Many Jews now wonder, will America remain the Golden Medina, or is it fated to follow in the paths of Spain and Germany? The troubles of today remind us that religious freedom is not self-sustaining. It must be taught, defended, and renewed. The Sephardic Jews who first arrived in America were seeking more than safety. They were seeking a place where they could freely practice their faith. Washington's letter gave that hope a national language. Later arrivals from Eastern Europe, and the Middle East and beyond tested and expanded that promise. Our task now is to remember that to bigotry, no sanction is not only a phrase from the past, it's a responsibility for the present and a standard by which America must continually measure itself. Thank you.
All right, Imam Talib Sharif could not hit back yet. He's traveling, so he's not going to be able to join us this morning. So next, I'm going to go to Tezcan in Anlar. And while he's coming up, we didn't schedule coffee breaks, but we had the coffee and tea in the room. So I think you've already been doing that. But if anybody needs a break, feel free. But Tezcan, come on.
Good morning. Thank you, Greg, for your leadership, and Chris for the masterclass. I think you've got to put that on YouTube. I hope we recorded that. So that was beautiful. Thank you. My name is Tezcan. I'm with Rumi Forum, a nonprofit organization dedicated to promote multi-faith dialogue, religious freedom, and depolarization. Dear friends, as America celebrates its 250th birthday, we are reminded that this nation is uniquely exceptional, not because of a shared ethnicity or religion, but because it was founded on universal principles of human liberty. The Declaration of Independence proclaims that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with the unalienable rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Those ideals found enduring expression in the Constitution and the First Amendment, which protects 5 fundamental freedoms: religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition. Together, they have made possible the full participation of diverse communities in a pluralistic democracy. I would like to share one story of those, which is the Hizmet movement. Hizmet means in Turkish, means service in Turkish, is a faith-inspired transnational civil society movement envisioned by the late Turkish Muslim scholar Fethullah Gülen. Beginning in the 1970s, Hizmet encouraged people to express their faith through service, investing in education, philanthropy, humanitarian relief, and multi-faith dialogue. It teaches that serving humanity is a way of serving God, and that our diversity is not something to merely tolerate, but something to celebrate. Yet this vision emerged in a society where independent religious expression and civic initiatives often faced significant restrictions. In the late 1990s, increasing pressure from Turkey's secular establishment led many Hizmet participants to seek opportunities abroad. Fethullah Gülen himself came to the United States in 1999. Then what many believe was a stage coup in 2016, the Erdogan government's sweeping crackdown forced tens of thousands more to flee. Schools were closed, charities dismantled, businesses confiscated, and hundreds of thousands of people faced arrest, dismissal, or exile. Many found refuge here in America. What happened next is, in many ways, an American story. Protected by constitutional rights and the freedom of associate, worship, and serve, Hizmet participants were able to build institutions that contribute to the common good. Across the country, they established cultural centers, multi-faith dialogue organizations, humanitarian relief initiatives, schools, homeschool cooperatives, and educational nonprofits. They became entrepreneurs, educators, volunteers, neighbors, and civic leaders. Their experience reminds us that religious liberty is far more than freedom from persecution. It is the freedom to contribute. It enables people of every faith and no faith to participate fully in a pluralistic democracy and to bring the best of their traditions into public life. That is why religious liberty remains one of America's greatest strengths, because religion is so central to human identity, family, and community life. Protecting its free exercise is not merely a private concern, it is a public good for the nation. It strengthens communities, enriches civic life, fosters civic engagement, and lifts up individuals from every background, color, and creed. As we celebrate America's 250th anniversary, the story of Hizmet community is a reminder that when a nation remains committed to its constitution, to the common good, and to religious liberty for all Americans, it creates the conditions for human flourishing. Communities once marginalized become communities that not only find safety, but also thrive and serve. That is the enduring promise of this country, and one well worth renewing for the next 250 years. Thank you.
All right, next up from the Sikh community, we have Simran Stutnweel, who's actually one of the board members of IRF Secretariat also.
Thank you, Greg. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here and for fighting for everyone together. The Sikh American story is fascinating. You'd think it's kind of a recent immigrant group, which is not. The Panama Canal was, if you go to the Canal Museum in Panama, built by lots and lots of Sikhs. The British ships traveled between India, there's the British Raj, and throughout the empire on which the sun never set. With those ships traveled lots of ideas. My favorite American author, Walt Whitman, was what we call an armchair Orientalist, deeply informed by Oriental thought when he wrote really the original American poetry. So on those ships, there were Sikhs. We had our first, the first Gurdwara, our first temple that we know about was turn of the century in Stockton, California, Northern California, reminds Sikhs of the Punjab, which is the river, the land of 5 rivers underneath the Himalayas that feeds almost 1 billion people. And Sikhs love to feed people. So we have about 30,000 Gurdwaras around the world. Every single one of them has a soup kitchen attached to it. It's our religious duty to make sure everybody has something to eat and that we all eat together to remove any idea of separation. And isn't that the American dream? So we have photos of Sikhs with Civil War, US Civil War veteran groups. We don't know, did Sikhs fight in the Civil War? But it's kind of you've never seen that in a movie, a guy with a turban and beard, charging for the Union. That's not part of the American narrative. We have Sikhs in World War I US Army uniform where we know they did fight. Lots of Sikhs fought with the British, some with the Americans. You have 300,000 Sikhs were killed or injured fighting in the 2 world wars for the Allies. We have a tremendous martial tradition. We love and respect the Second Amendment. Of course, we want everybody to be safe, but we want everybody to be able to defend their dignity and the dignity of their neighbors. We love to say, when you, if you want to love your neighbor, let them know. Let them know that you're there for them. How many of our Jewish brothers and sisters hid for weeks after the October 7th attack? So these things we take very seriously, and we want to be there for everyone. Most Americans can identify a Sikh. There's 500,000 Sikhs in the United States. There's about 30 members of parliament in the UK, the House of Lords, from the Sikh community. Lord Rook will know some of them, I'm sure. One of my mentors, Lord Inderjeet Singh of Wimbledon, right? He's been in the House of Lords for many, many decades. So Sikhs lost their right to serve in uniform about 30, 40 years ago. We've regained it back painfully. The first hijab in the Air Force was fashioned from a Sikh turban because nobody had camouflage material. So we kind of work on it together. If any one of us flourish, all of us flourish. And so West Point just graduated its first turban cadets in 250 years. Just a few weeks ago, the first turban Sikh entered the Air Force Academy. So that means a lot to our kids. It's very difficult for us to feel excluded. Like all of us, we know you have to be present in the public square if you're a visible minority. And so every Sikh prayer ends with Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Bani Sarvata Bala, which means may all people prosper by thy grace. And what is that not if the American promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Simran. Next, we have Mark Young with the Falun Gong community. Ready?
Hello. Well, today I would like to tell a few stories. So for several Easters and Christmases over the years, I've stood in a local Virginia church with my trumpet in hand, playing for a holiday that wasn't really originally mine. I'm not Christian, but the people there never once made me feel like a guest who didn't belong. They invited me into their music programs and were simply glad to have me celebrate alongside them. I could never have imagined a life like that. In China, where I came from, simply saying the words "I'm a Falun Gong practitioner" could get a person arrested, tortured, or even killed, having their organs harvested while they're still alive. Here, I have met with so much love and respect, and I'm eager to give back the same. And I think this is the story shared by so many Falun Gong practitioners across the country, that appreciation for the haven that shielded us from the persecution. This year alone, I have spoken with 3 American practitioners whose family members in China were raided by police for the crime of carrying a Falun Gong book or for studying at home. However, right here, well, we can practice openly, at home, in public parks, without ever having a second thought. Twice this July, this month that the country turns 250, my community gathers in the heart of Washington. In just a few days, on the 23rd, thousands will gather at the Lincoln Memorial for a rally, a parade, a candlelight visual marking the 27th anniversary of the persecution. And on the 4th, when the DC parade was canceled for the heat, our marching band and waist drum troop were the only groups, to my knowledge, that still requested and received a permit to perform anyway. I was there, trumpet in hand, playing the Stars and Stripes Forever for the crowd that still showed up. Well, these are 2 gatherings in 1 month. One of grief, one of joy. Both out in the open, but both protected. In China, I had a neighbor once, an artist who also practiced Falun Gong. I still remember the scars on his wrists, deep cuts left from hours hanging by handcuffs, a punishment for his faith that ended his career. But in the US, the story is different. Here, artists who fled the same persecution found showing performing arts in New York, reviving the traditional culture the Communist Party spent decades trying to erase. I often volunteer backstage, and being a musician, they always, just send me to move the pianos. But from the wings, I really get to watch hours of setup, and the performers' sweat turning to applause, cheers, and very often tears. These are audiences who never have met a Falun Gong practitioner. They're walking out touched, lighter, and hopeful. 5,000 years of culture, nearly destroyed in the country of its birth, is alive on American stages. That too is the American story. I know America's promise is not automatic. It is kept by people like you, like us, in the room like this one, where we speak freely and support each other in the work of religious freedom, and to exercise and advance our First Amendment written to protect the God-given rights that we all share. For me, freedom of belief is not an abstraction. It is a difference between hiding a book and playing a trumpet in the public. 250 years on, that difference is worth celebrating and protecting. Thank you, and God bless America.
All right, we have 2 more stories. Next, we're going to go to Sylvia Stannard with the Scientologist.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Stannard, and I'm short. Okay. I'm with the Church of Scientology National Affairs Office here in Washington, D.C., and I wanted to tell you our American story. So Scientology is very much an American religion. People may not know this, but the very first founding Church of Scientology is here in Washington, D.C. And L. Ron Hubbard, who's the founder of Scientology, went to George Washington University just down the street. So it's very much based on a lot of American thoughts as far as what he came up with Scientology. So it was from here and the church expanding throughout the world that we are now in over 160 countries. It wasn't an easy ride. We did have early problems here in the US. We did have to fight, but we could fight legally in the law. And that's the American story that I think is so important, is we weren't having to fight in the street. You had to fight in the law, and we won. So one of the things that Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard emphasized is that spiritual freedom and enlightenment are all but unattainable goals to individuals denied their most fundamental rights. So that is reflected from the Bill of Rights and fundamental American documents. Central to our beliefs is a conviction that all humankind is entitled to inalienable rights. So I want to read a little thing from our creed here. It says, to are all inalienable rights to their own religious practices, their own lives, their own organizations, churches, and governments, to think freely, to talk freely, to write freely their own opinions, and to counter or utter or write upon the opinions of others. Also, in the Code of a Scientologist, issued in 1954, he provided a guideline for Scientologists for fighting for human rights. In it, he says, all Scientologists should dedicate themselves to, quote, support true humanitarian endeavors in the field of human rights. So obviously, the First Amendment, religious freedom, is one of those rights. So the church did fight for recognition, and it took a while in the United States, as I said, but we were able to fight in the courts and win. We won repeatedly many court cases, and we finally got full IRS recognition for the church and all of our affiliated social betterment programs, like we have an education program, a tutoring program, a human rights program, so on, in 1993. So because of this recognition in the US, we've been able to successfully, over the years, country by country, be recognized as a religion in most countries in the world. So our freedom of religion was first forged here in America. And I love this quote, so I just have to share this quote. So this is another quote from Mr. Hubbard, and he says, America had a message. And you go up today to the Capitol, and you'll find that message written all over the statuary. You'll find it written all over the paintings. And that was that the common man had worth, and that the people of the world had a right to free determinism, that man had a higher destiny than that of a slave, and it was time he broke his chains, and you find that all over the Capitol. Then he says further, this country, the United States, has got to take responsibility for it. They spread the message. Somebody on earth has got to keep the torch lighted. And that country that's been nominated by the people of the world is America. And I think that's still very true. The great message of the world for the last 200 years emanated from this country, and it's still emanating from this country. And that this country ought to back it up, not by overthrowing the governments of earth, not by conquest, but simply by a matter of setting an example of responsibility for its citizens and its affairs abroad to such a degree that it demonstrates that democracy works, and works far, far better than any other type of political activity. So we celebrate with great joy this 250th anniversary of America and the message of freedom of religion for all peoples of the world, and pledge to continue to work with all faiths to make this a reality everywhere, all the time. Thank you.
Lauren Homer. Yeah. Thanks, Lauren.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lauren Homer. I've been in this movement since 1990, and I consider myself a member of the Anglican Church in North America, although I've been a member of many different churches. I always like to say that America is a country that was founded by religious refugees, which is very much the case. And as Chris Seipel so eloquently explained in a way I wouldn't even begin to try to imitate, the ideas that founded this country were based on ideas that came from people who were believing Christians, but they believed that every human being had the right to think and believe as they wanted, which was a very new idea at the time. Eric Metaxas spoke in this room on July 3rd about his new book, Revolution, which also touches on those subjects. So I asked Greg for an opportunity to talk about Christians in America, because we weren't included originally in the list. And I'm going to speak primarily from my own experience, but I will say that this country was originally populated by people from all sorts of different faith backgrounds within both Christian and other communities. In my own life, I'm a product of what we call the Great American Melting Pot. I have ancestors who came here in the 1800s from Ireland, England, Scotland, Germany, France, and Greece. And they were Catholics in some cases, Church of England, Church of Scotland, Greek Orthodox, and some Jews who came as Jews, but rather promptly became Christian Scientists. And both my grandmothers were Roman Catholic, and both my parents were raised as Christian Scientists because they had converted to Christian Science. That's the genius of America. Some might contest that, but I think it all ended pretty well for them. And I think we can speculate about why my Jewish ancestors became Christian Scientists. They were already fleeing persecution in their countries of origin, and they knew that it would be easier for them in America if they were identified as Christians and not as Jews. But I'm a lawyer too, and there are so many denominations in this country. There are probably thousands of Baptist denominations. There are many Catholic ones, many Orthodox ones. We have branches of official churches in other countries, such as the Russian Orthodox Church. And we allow everything. And I think that the wonder of America is that faith is a living, breathing part of this country where people can change their faith if they want to. And that is my American story.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to move on. We have one more section now before lunch. We're going to move on to the global stakes now. Like what's happening in the world in countries where the people are not as fortunate as we have been here in the United States, where countries have chosen not to travel down the same road that we Americans have. There's a high cost, and we put on the program like the cost of religious unfreedom. And we're going to start with an opening remarks by Ambassador Robert Rehak. Ambassador Rehak is from the Czech Republic. He's their envoy for Holocaust issues, interfaith dialogue, and freedom of religion. He's also the chair of the Article 18 Alliance now. He's in his third year as chair, which is tremendous. And he's been a great partner of ours the entire time, even when he was vice chair for the first year. So we want to welcome Ambassador Rehak up because he's leading an alliance of 43 governments in the fight, to stand up for people, urge governments to release prisoners of conscience. He really does care about human beings and the costs of all these restrictions and persecution and even genocide, unfortunately. And he's a fighter, he's a partner, and he's a friend. So, Ambassador Rehak.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we gather today here to celebrate a historical milestone, 250 years of American independence. I would like to take a moment to reflect on the powerful contrast between independence and indifference. Please first allow me to thank to Greg Mitchell, Wade Cusack, Chris Seipel, Sheikh Mahfoud bin Baya, all supporters and everyone who made this festive event happen. Actually, this is the biggest religious freedom celebration at the 250th anniversary here in Washington, D.C. So thank you to organize it. Thank you very much. As Greg mentioned, I'm of Czech origin. That means you should expect a special Czech sense of humor. Do you like humor? Okay, I have to share with you one joke from our old, I don't say good times, under the communist regime. But even we suffered, we never lost humor. This is one of the powerless tools as you can fight the authoritarian regimes. So a judge runs out of the courtroom into the hallway, and he is laughing very hard, like, and he meets his colleague who asks him in surprise, "What are you laughing at?" The judge wipes tears of laughter from his eyes and say, "I just heard a brilliant political joke in the courtroom." The colleague smiles. "Really? Tell me." The judge stops laughing and whispers, "No way, I can't. I just sentenced the man to 10 years in prison for it." I stand before you today, not just a chair of the Article 18 alliance of 42, 43 countries around the world. I stand here as someone who lived through the dark years of communism. I remember still the times. As a 5-year-old boy, I already attended the Faculty of Letters, but not as a student, but as a small child with his father, who lost his job because he didn't agree with the regime and was cleaning the floor there. The religious leaders were sent into the labor camps to work without any protection in the Iranian mines. You can think about the consequences. In January 1969, there was a Czech student of philosophy who made his ultimate choice. His name was Jan Palach. He went to the center of Prague and set himself on fire. As a philosophy student, he saw that the Soviet occupation would destroy freedom of thought and belief. He did this to protest, to wake up the people from their indifference. But his sacrifice was not in vain. In 1989, we Czech people, we succeeded to topple down the totalitarian regime. But authoritarian regime and tendencies, even in our Western countries, are very much present yet again. Across the globe, millions of people suffer. Countless individuals are imprisoned today. They are persecuted simply because of their faith. A few days ago, a tragic event occurred not far from here in New York. A young man arrived in the city. His name was Lobga Ranzen. He was Tibetan. Lobga walked to the United Nations headquarters and he hoisted Tibetan flag, and then he set himself on fire. When I learned that, I was shocked to my very core. He burned for several minutes. Cars drove past him. Drivers honked their horns, but nobody stopped. Nobody tried to extinguish the flames. He was standing like this with his hands burning, 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 burning. And then he fell down. And only when he was on ground burning, somebody else came and like the rescuers, and they extinguished the fire. Too late, he died from his wounds. Why he did it? Probably not only because of the terrible situation of terrible children who are taken from their parents and they are sent to boarding schools, systematic oppression of the Tibetan culture, language, and religion. Maybe he did it to point to the indifference in the world today. Millions of people living under authoritarian regimes and are crying out for help. Like young Yahya Sharif Aminu, who was sentenced to death in Nigeria just for sharing a Sufi video with his friends of WhatsApp. Like Dr. Gulshan Abbas, whose sister is here with us in the prison, like the pastors of Chan Church who are still in China, like the people in Ukraine who can't freely practice their religion due to the Russian aggression, like the people of Jewish belief who suffer incredible wave of anti-Semitism, like many people of Muslim belief who suffer because of Islamophobia. They need our help. And we must help them despite the complex crisis of our time, like terrible security situation in the world, heavy polarization of our societies, radicalization and hatred. We must help them even when we lack strong political support. We must help them even we lack financial resources. As we mark 250 years of American independence, and we remember the giants of the movement, I would like to remember the quote by President Theodore Roosevelt. He famously spoke of the critics versus doers. Roosevelt reminded us that the credit belongs to the person who is actually in the arena, the person whose face is marred by dust and sweat. It is noble to strive even if we fail. What matters is the effort. Like there is a Hebrew saying, Lo alecha hamlacha ligmor, velo ata ben chorin lehitbatel mimena. It is not upon you to finish the work, but neither are you free to avoid it. I would like to say just something that I learned a few minutes ago. I received a message that Rangzen, the word, the same word that I mentioned in a case of the poor young boy, the Tibetan boy who immolated himself, means independence. If independence is the freedom to define our own path, indifference, as Elie Wiesel reminded us, is the tragic state of seeing no difference between light and darkness. We cannot defend the former if we surrender to the latter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Rehak. Very powerful. Next, we're going to have a panel. I want to call it where we go? I lost my reference. There we go. Omer Kanat with the Uyghur Human Rights Project. We have Roshan Abbas. This is Roshan, Campaign for Uyghurs. John Liang, Citizen Power Initiatives for China. And Mark Yang, again, with Falun Dafa. Falun Gong. Is Mark here? Oh, sorry. Okay. My bad. Okay, please have a seat. I'll get another chair. I'll just stand here. That's fine. Go ahead. So. Okay. All right. Each of you is going to go ahead and share your testimony, your stories about, again, the cost of religious unfreedom, and what it was like in China. But we'll go ahead and we'll start with Omer, and we'll just go right down the line. But go ahead, Omer.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Chris, for your leadership. My name is Omar Kanat. I am the Executive Director of the Uyghur Human Rights Project, which promotes human rights and democracy for Uyghurs in East Turkestan, and with the true research-based advocacy. China's genocide against Uyghur people is ongoing. and the repression of religious freedom is front and center. On July 1st, a dangerous new instrument of that genocide took effect. China's law on promoting ethnic unity and progress. Let us be clear that this law does not protect unity. It gives national cover, legal cover, for forced assimilation. It codifies policies already imposed upon Uyghurs, Tibetan, Southern Mongolians, and others, and marks a turn away from even the promise of regional autonomy. In 2017, a Chinese official explained the Chinese government's strategy toward the Uyghurs. Break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, and break their origins. So this law is a natural extension. Since 2017, the Chinese government has waged a systematic campaign against the Uyghur people, especially against the Uyghurs' religious life. Our mosques have been demolished, desecrated, closed, and converted to tourist displays. Uyghurs have received long prison sentences for ordinary religious practices like reading Quran, learning Quran, or having a hijab. Imams have been detained in mass, cutting off the ability of transforming our faith to the next generation. The new law codifies and escalates this assault. It requires religious institutions to promote a state-defined national identity and persist in syncretization of religion. In other words, faith is permitted only when it is reshaped to serve the Communist Party. The law is in many ways an extension of what began inside the internment camps. In those camps, the Chinese government sought to replace Islam, Uyghur identity, and independent thought with loyalty to Xi Jinping and the Communist Party. Now, that same campaign is no longer confined behind camp walls. It is being imposed across the entire Uyghur region. We are already seeing the effect of this law in our homeland, East Turkestan. Videos show Uyghur language signs being removed from streets of our cities, replaced with Chinese. Uyghurs are unable to resist or even express sadness as party cadres watch. Any reaction can be labeled resistant to ethnic unity and can place a person at risk of detention, interrogation, torture, and arrest. We are also seeing promotion of so-called new Uyghurs on social media, propaganda declaring that one does not have to be Muslim to be Uyghur. Taken on its own, that statement is, of course, true. Uyghur identity cannot be reduced to a single religious practice, and freedom of religion includes the freedom of not to believe. But in the context of an ongoing campaign to destroy Uyghur religion and cultural life, this message has a different purpose. It is not intended to celebrate diversity within the Uyghur identity. It is a part of deliberate attempt to detach Uyghurness from Islam, from our culture, from our language, from our history, and from every distinctive element of our culture, and until the word of Uyghur have been stripped of all meaning. This threat does not stop at China's border. Article 63 of the Ethnic Unity Law declares that organizations and individuals outside China can be pursued for actions that Beijing claims undermine ethnic unity and and create ethnic divisions. Chinese officials have openly defended the government's claimed right to target people overseas under this provision. This should alarm every democratic government in the world. It creates another legal pretext for transnational repression against Uyghurs, Tibetans, Falun Gong practitioners, Chinese dissidents, and others who exercise their fundamental rights for freedom of speech. The United States and its allies must condemn this law, coordinate and to identify and prosecute agents of transnational repression, and protect the communities Beijing seeks to silence. Congress should pass the Uyghur Policy Act, the Transnational Repression Policy Act, and the Stop Transnational Repression Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this very important conversation. And thank you so much, Honorable Ambassador Rehak, for years of steadfast advocacy for the oppressed. And thank you for mentioning my sister's name. The Chinese Communist Party has waged war on ethnic groups, faith, and the identity of them for years. On July 1st, it codified that war into law with the so-called ethnic unity law, which is nothing more than forced assimilation, cultural erasure, and for us, for Uyghurs, genocide, written into law and Xi Jinping's blueprint for eliminating every identity that refuses to submit to the CCP. Under this law, mother tongue education is effectively outlawed. Parents are legally obligated to program their children to love the CCP above all else. Citizens are incentivized to spy on their neighbors. And for Uyghur girls, refusing to marry Han Chinese men and can be treated as a criminal act. Uyghur people's faith, language, culture, and the family have become targets of the state. Practicing Islam is treated as extremism. The CCP calls this unity. We call it for what it is: genocide, forced assimilation, and transnational repression. And there is Article 61 and 63. Article 63 authorized the CCP to target organizations and the individuals outside of China's borders who challenges its version of ethnic unity. In plain language, Beijing now claims right to silence everyone and everywhere in the world who exposes its crimes, and legalizing the transnational repression. We have already seen what that means. And China's transnational repression has a name for me, and that is Dr. Gulshan Abbas, my sister. In September 2018, I sat on a stage like this, participated on the public panel at Hudson Institute to exposing China's mass detention of the Uyghur people. 6 days later, they arrested my own sister, a retired medical doctor, a grandmother who's not politically active or speaking out about anything, just ordinary, very like family-oriented person who has been taking care of people in her entire life. She just turned 64 last month, and approaching 8 years in jail. Her crime is I spoke out as an Uyghur American citizen practicing my freedom of speech. Just 3 months ago, my husband, Abdul Hakim Idris, who's here with me, was detained in Malaysia airport, in Kuala Lumpur airport at Beijing's request, and almost detained for 22 hours. His US passport was confiscated and he was deported back to United States. And his crime was traveling there to speak the truth. So this is what Beijing does before July 1st, before the Article 63 is enforced. Imagine what comes next. We have already seen Hong Kong activists targeted abroad, Tibetan practitioners, Tibetan advocates are being harassed, and Chinese Christians and Falun Gong practitioners persecuted beyond China's borders, and now Taiwanese advocates or people who spoke out are being targeted and facing threats. This law is an attempt to normalize and legalize transnational repression on a global scale. China is not only exporting goods manufactured with Uyghur slaves, it's exporting surveillance, censorship, repression, fear, and the erasure of ethnic groups. The world must reject that model. Condemnation alone is no longer enough. Democratic governments must act with urgency, courage, and the principles. And we must stand together, because when we stand together, when we work together, we are stronger. Silence only empowers tyranny, and we refuse to be silenced. Look around this room. Look at all of us who have suffered under the CCP's repression. We will continue to stand together. We will continue to expose China's crimes against humanity, and we will continue to fight, not only for people within China's borders who are being direct target, but also for the future of the freedom itself. Because this danger does not stop with us. Beijing is exporting authoritarian control across the world. If we fail to act now, future generations will inherit a world in which tyranny is normalized, truth is punished, and freedom is treated as a threat. This is not only our struggle. This is a struggle for every democracy, every free society, and every child who deserves to grow up without fear. The choice before us is very clear. We either confront this danger together now, or we will allow it to spread. If we do not speak out now, the only voice left will be one of regret. We will not stop our fight until the justice, dignity, and the freedom prevail. Join us in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John Lee. Sorry to, you see the countdown timer. I'm sorry I don't want to cut you guys short, but I just want to be aware of where the time. But go ahead, John Lee.
Dear brothers and sisters, for most of human history, persecuting a religious minority required manpower. Informants, checkpoints, policemen, soldiers, prison guards, human beings with all their inefficiency, their capacity to look away, sometimes even their conscience. That constraint is gone. Our government no longer needs an informant on every street corner. It needs a camera and an algorithm that never blinks, never tires, never has a crisis of conscience. religious persecution has industrialized and it has gone global. The country leading that transformation is the People's Republic of China. In Xinjiang, for example, facial recognition has been tuned to flag Uyghur faces specifically, identifying not just a person, but an entire ethnicity, a faith in real time. Phones are searched at checkpoints for prayer apps and for contact with relatives abroad. Predictive policing scores people by whether they pray, fast, or have a family overseas. Christians face the same machinery. Surveillance cameras are mandatory inside many state-sanctioned churches. Facial recognition has been used to identify worshippers at unregistered house churches. And pastors like Wang Yi of Early Rain Covenant Church have been imprisoned for refusing to let the state to supervise their congregations. Crosses has been stripped from church rooftops by the thousands. This is not persecution as chaos. This is persecution as engineering. And once built, the system does not stay home. That is what transnational repression means. And Uyghur in Fairfax, a Falun Gong practitioner in Toronto, a house church Christian who fled to Los Angeles, all can be tracked through relatives' phone back in China. Family members are called in for tea, threatened, or disappeared, specifically because someone abroad spoke out. The message is very clear. There is no distance you can put between yourself and us. The Big Brother sees you wherever you are. This is not science fiction. This is documented. It is happening now, and the tools enabling it are being sold and exported to governments watching Beijing's model with real interest. So why should this matter to Americans specifically? And why is our democratic way of life on the line? 3 reasons. First, technology exported is technology normalized. Every government that copies the Beijing's model moves the global baseline for what governments may do to the human conscience. We are watching the export of an operating system for repression that is hard to uninstall once installed. Second, this repression does not stop at our borders, and our laws have not caught up. When an American citizen can be threatened through her mother in Kashgar, when a pastor's relative here thinks twice before testing home, that is an attack on the conscience of American resident on American soil. Third, and the deepest, religious freedom tests whether a person's inner life belongs to them or to the state. It is a canary in the coal mine for every other freedom: speech, assembly, press, property, you name it. A government that can see into your private devotions has built the capacity to dictate everything else about you too. So what do? We name it precisely. AI-enabled religious persecution, AI-enabled transnational repression. We support export controls on surveillance technology proven to enable it. We protect diaspora communities here with real reinforcement against the intimidation campaigns. And we remember that the testimonies you have just heard and about to hear from people who lived this are not history. It is a live signal from where this technology is taking us, unless we choose otherwise. The machines are new. The stakes are as old as whether a human being answers to their own conscience or only to the states. This is still our fight to win. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liu.
Yeah. Thank you, Greg. Just as Assistant Secretary Riley Barnes just recognized earlier that next Monday, July 20th, will be the 27th anniversary of the persecution of Falun Gong. And so this is one of the largest and longest running and most brutal persecution in modern Chinese history. But it didn't stop at the Chinese border. CCP's long arms have reached here in America. And so the transnational repression against Falun Gong includes physical assaults that happened in Chinatown in front of Chinese consulate when we had a peaceful protest. And also key coordinators' apartments have been broken into. My own car was once broken into. My laptop in the trunk was stolen. But also includes violent threats, retaliation against family members, just as our previous speaker mentioned, harassment, surveillance, and also diplomatic pressures. And a significant portion of these violent threats target Shenyang Performing Arts, which is a classical Chinese dance and music company founded by Falun Gong practitioners in New York. And it has grown from 1 to 8 large company. Every year they tour around the world, 5 continents, reaching 1 million live audience. And it's showcasing of China before communism, countering CCP's soft power influence on a global scale. So it became a main target of the CCP's transnational repression. From 2006 of its founding to early 2024, the Falun Dafa Information Center documented over 130 attempts to sabotage Shenyang shows, including cyber attacks, slashing bus tires, pressuring theaters to cancel performance through their consulates and embassies. However, since 2024, we're seeing a drastic escalation in scale, severity, and complexity of these efforts. From 2024 to now, and we have documented over 200 death and bomb threats targeting Falun Gong community, and including over 160 cases targeting Shenyang. And if you pay attention to the news, local news last year, when Shenyang was here at the Kennedy Center in February, and the Kennedy Center received bomb threat targeting Shenyang. The whole center was evacuated, and all the police came, all the streets near Kennedy Center was blocked, and it was later on found to be a hoax. That happened all over the theaters around the world while Shenyang performed. And earlier this year, when Shenyang was in Sydney, Australia, and they even received a bomb threat saying that if you allow Shenyang to perform, and we're going to detonate a bomb at the Prime Minister's residence. And eventually the Prime Minister was evacuated. It was all over the news in Australia. And then just in April this year, Shenyang shows in Toronto, the whole week-long show was canceled because of the bomb threat. And it certainly caused a lot of financial losses. And so these threats, all of them turned out to be a hoax, but it did cause, psychological stress, disruption to operations, and financial losses, and certainly deterred would-be audience. And all of our staff members at the Falun Dafa Information Center received death threats, including myself. And also in 2024, the Justice Department sentenced 2 CCP agents for bribing an IRS official to revoke nonprofit tax exempt status of Shenyang Performing Arts. Can you believe that? And they took cash from China and under CCP officials' direction to do that. And all of these escalation didn't happen by accident. Actually, a leaked internal document from CCP revealed that the CCP's Ministry of Public Security and Ministry of State Security, which are China's equivalent of FBI and CIA, they operate a joint office for combating Falun Gong in North America. And this office was elevated from a section level to deputy bureau level in 2021. And according to a 2025 Diplomat article, and leaked documents exposed that Xi Jinping had a secret meeting in 2022 to his security apparatus. And he gave a new directives in that meeting for combating Falun Gong overseas, because he said all the previous efforts were not successful. And he said this new directive is, quote, influence global public opinion and leverage legal warfare with the goal of silencing Falun Gong practitioners, discrediting their organizations, and stamping out their advocacy internationally. And so over the past few years, we saw these tactics playing out in real world. And we have seen, coordinated efforts denigrating Falun Gong on social media, especially on TikTok. And conservative influencer podcaster Tim Pool even said in one of his episodes that he was approached by somebody saying that offer him $200 to upload a video and trashing Falun Gong. And he said he didn't take money, but he said some other social media influencer may have done that. And so, okay, thank you. So last year, an X, formerly Twitter, took down thousands of fake Chinese accounts that were boosting media articles full of distortion about Falun Gong and Shenyang. And also we have seen individuals with apparent ties to CCP institutions filed lawsuits against Shenyang Performing Arts. And in 2024 and 2025, the Select Committee on CCP in the House and also House Judiciary Committee had two separate hearings on how CCP are increasingly using lawfare to target its opponents or critics in America. And just a few months ago, Falun Dafa Information Center conducted a nationwide survey of Falun Gong community in the US with over 1,000 respondents, and nearly half of the respondents experienced at least one incident of transnational repression over the past 4 years. And that's across 30 states in America, and more than 600 cases reported since 2020. So despite the transnational repression, the survey also found that majority American Falun Gong practitioners report being safe to practice their faith in America and cherish the freedom here. But however, over 60% are anxious about CCP's surveillance capacity in the US, and nearly 2/3 of respondents often reported feeling negatively affected by a growing atmosphere of bias and intolerance. So the findings of this survey, my conclusion, are alarming. A foreign regime, the CCP, has built a systematic apparatus to surveil, intimidate, harass, and silence American citizens and residents on American soil. But this won't stop at Falun Gong. If CCP can weaponize the American media, social media, bail our government agencies, and took advantage of the judiciary system to target Falun Gong and Shenyang, they can do that to any other groups of their choosing. It's a severe infringement of national security, sovereignty, and our fundamental freedom, religious freedom. We must expose and stop them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of our panelists. Thank you. Anthony Vance, Avon, can you guys come on up? There's a number of countries we could hear from, and this is what we do at the roundtable. We meet every 2 weeks, and we hear stories like this every time we meet. So we could have loaded 2 days full of stories like this, but we just chose for this 2-day event. We just chose 2 countries, China and Iran. We're going to hear from Anthony Vance now, and a recently released prisoner of conscience, Kayvon Gadari. Yeah, that's workable.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Greg. It's a real honor to be here today. And, Iran is so distinctive in many ways, but it's become even more distinctive over the course of the last year for obvious reasons. One of the things, in fact, that I hope to do today is to contrast the situation of the Baha'i community before hostilities began in June of last year and the situation that it's in today. But before I do that, in order to understand the context, I'll have to explain a few things. First, the Baha'i faith originated in Iran in the middle of the 19th century. From 1845 to 1855, it experienced its most severe persecution. Somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 Baha'is were killed during that period. Baha'u'llah, the founder of the Baha'i faith, was exiled in 1853 to different parts of the Ottoman Empire, initially Baghdad, then Istanbul, then Edirne in the European part of Turkey, and then finally to what is today the northern part of Israel, but of course back then was part of the Palestine part of the Ottoman Empire. Now, the enmity of the Iranian government towards the Baha'i faith is based essentially on the idea that it claims to be a religion divine in origin after Islam. Most Muslim clergy believe that there can be no religion after Islam. But many of the early Baha'is were in fact clergymen who accepted the message of Baha'u'llah and believed that in fact he fulfilled certain prophecies that exist in Islamic traditions. Also, the Baha'i faith has no clergy. It's run by elected institutions, and Baha'is believe in the independent investigation of truth. In other words, you're responsible yourself for determining what you believe is true, and you can talk to other people, but you're not reliant on clergy. So there was sporadic persecution of Baha'is from the mid-19th century until 1979's Islamic Revolution. From 1979 to 1998, there were about over 220 Baha'is executed by the Iranian government. There were thousands who served prison sentences. Baha'i youth in 1983 were officially barred from universities in Iran. Baha'is are actually, since 2006, have been barred from 25 occupations and professions in Iran. And they've been consistently targeted with hate speech, especially consisting of speech that's broadcast, that's shared widely on social media through government official channels and unofficial channels. Baha'is are accused because of Baha'u'llah's passing away and the Baha'i world in what is today Israel, and the Baha'i World Center being located in Israel. Baha'is are accused of being spies of Israel and the United States. And that's the most serious charge brought by the government. But in addition, they're being described as anti-Islamic and having immoral practices. Now, between June and November of 2025, we've been able to assemble statistics that show that there were over, of course, June was the month during which the 12-day war began between Iran and Israel. We've been able to show that there assemble statistics that show that there were over 750 acts of persecution, including raids on homes, interrogations, arrests, confiscations of property, detentions, sentencings, and beatings. This was about 3 times the number during that took place during the prior year. So clearly there was an uptick in persecution as a result of the war between Iran and Israel and a great deal of scapegoating that took place. In fact, I'll just read quickly 3 examples of the kind of scapegoating that one would see on social media or in official media. Baha'is are dirty spies for the Zionist regime. That's one. Calmly pray for the army of Islam and the destruction of Zionist Jews and criminal Baha'is. The main saboteurs arrested in the past 24 hours carrying out sabotage in favor of Israel in military and industrial sectors are members of the Baha'i sect. So that's the sort of thing that's constantly being spewed out to the Iranian public. Other things that have taken place, there has been a doubling roughly of the severity of judicial sentences handed down to the Baha'is in Iran. There have been many sentences handed down even without trials, which for Iran, even for Iran, that's unusual to have no trial at all. And there have been people put into situations of double jeopardy. For example, there were 26 people who were cleared by the Supreme Court of Iran of criminal charges, but have been in the city of Shiraz who had those charges brought against them again just a few months ago. Finally, there's a threat that we're very, very concerned about that has to do with a new espionage law that was enacted by the Iranian government in October of last year. And that law includes what you would expect to have in an espionage law, but it also has things like anyone, it provides for capital punishment for anyone taking actions legitimizing the Zionist regime, which is, truly extraordinary that one could get capital punishment for that. After when the pause went into effect, and we had the recent memorandum of understanding, there was an announcement by the head of Iran's judiciary, Mohsen Ejei, calling for the use of this type of law to increase to speed up the number of death sentences that would be issued in connection with the war. That law also provides for summary trials and even can apply to actions that were taken before the law was enacted. So we're very concerned about the near term. That particular law has not, as far as we can tell, been used against Baha'is yet. But if you want to get a true understanding of its implications, we have Miss Christina Arriaga here, who did an excellent piece in the Religion News Service on that particular piece of legislation. And you could talk to either me or her afterwards about that. So I'll yield the floor right now to Kayvan Gaderi, who is an Iranian Baha'i born and raised in Yemen, who was in prison twice in Yemen, once briefly, but then beginning in 2016 for 4 years. And he has a very interesting story to tell about that experience. Thank you very much.
It is both an honor and responsibility to share my story, a story of faith, hope, and resilience in the face of persecution, and one that affirms universal principles of justice, equality, and religious freedom. Let me begin with Yemen. It is a country of brave, generous, pure-hearted people where doors open wide to friends and strangers alike. This profound hospitality shaped my childhood. I was born and raised in Yemen. Though of Iranian roots and a member of the Baha'i faith, a faith often misunderstood in a society formed by deep traditions. For much of my life, I witnessed a quiet but genuine belief in equal citizenship, Many Yemenis embody this principle through fairness and kindness, regardless of differences. That spirit allowed me for years to practice my faith and contribute to society without interference. Everything changed in 2008 when I was arrested because of my beliefs. After 4 months, I was released, but life grew increasingly difficult, especially after 2014, when the Houthis assumed de facto control of Yemen and the persecution of Baha'is intensified, mirroring the country's broader instability. Despite escalating pressure, our community continued serving society. We organized activities to build the capacity of young people and to encourage peaceful, constructive dialogue. One youth campaign united people from diverse backgrounds to explore how they could contribute to the betterment of their communities. It became a beacon of hope and unity. Tragically, that campaign ended in a mass detention. Security forces surrounded the gathering, arresting everyone present, women, men from many walks of life, and children as young as 12, and transferred us to the National Security Detention Center. This time, my imprisonment lasted 4 years. In prison, our faith and resolve were severely tested. Most inmates had never heard of the Baha'i faith. Initially, they called us infidels, refused to speak with us, and would not share food. Over time, however, something human and courageous emerged. Some inmates insisted on eating and speaking with us despite prison rules. I warned them not to risk a punishment. They replied, "We are all in one prison. Our jailer should know how inhumane it is to isolate people because of their religion." Even in that unlikely place, marked by suffering and dehumanization, we found opportunities to discuss equal citizenship. Our conversations focused on justice, oneness of humanity, and the inherent dignity on every person. What struck me most was a shared recognition of these principles despite our differences. We were Sunni, Houthi, Christian, Jewish, and Baha'i. Yet many of us came to understand that every citizen deserves equal rights and respect. Through steady, respectful dialogue, I watched hearts and perspectives change. The Baha'i teaching affirmed that each person is an equal member of society entitled to the same rights and protections. This belief became a source of strength. Despite relentless physical and psychological pressure, we remained steadfast. Authorities separated the Baha'i prisoners and falsely told each of us that the other had converted to Islam. To weaken our resolve, isolation was among the hardest traits. Yet I'm grateful for a few guards who believed no one should be imprisoned for their religion. At times, they allowed brief visits with my friends where we encouraged each other to remain faithful and hopeful. My experience deepened my conviction that religious freedom and equal citizenship are not abstract ideals. They are the foundation of any just, peaceful society. For Yemen, these principles are essential to healing a nation fractured by conflict and division. I also learned that lasting change often begins with simple action. I try to engage respectfully with everyone, fellow inmates and guards, not only through words, but through service. I kept my cell clean and followed prison rules faithfully. Eventually, the authorities trusted me to maintain the prison's water filters. All of the imprisoned Baha'is looked for ways to help others. We shared that what little we had and treated every person with dignity and respect, regardless of beliefs. Gradually, trust grew. Misconceptions faded, and genuine conversation about justice, equality, and living together as equal citizens become possible. These experiences taught me that the path towards equal citizenship and religious freedom in Yemen, just imagine in Yemen, requires both a transformation in attitudes and practical action. Education must promote justice, inclusion, and the oneness of humanity from an early age. Societies need safe spaces where people with different backgrounds can meet, challenge prejudice, and discover shared values through honest dialogue. Yemen's greatest strength lies in its people. Despite years of hardship, Yemenis show remarkable generosity, resilience, and deep capacity for fairness. The seeds of equal citizenship, already exist in the hearts of many. What is needed now is the collective determination to nurture those needs, seeds, reject divisive narratives, and embrace a future. Ladies and gentlemen, my story is not about suffering at all. It's all about hope. The hope that even in the darkest circumstances, compassion can overcome prejudice. Dialogue can replace fear, and our shared humanity can triumph over hatred. Thank you very much.
That was a great message. Hope. I love that. Now, real quick, we're a little late at lunch, but we have a special award presentation we're going to give out right now. And this is, we go from hope to courage now in the face of, repression, and violence. So I'm going to hand it over to Simran to present the award.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there for these incredibly moving stories. Obviously, they're very difficult. When we go through our roundtables, we do this for an hour or two. It is exhausting because you have to take in so much suffering, and it doesn't matter really the region or the faith, it's there. So none of us get to be that good because our people are hurting somebody somewhere, and our people are also suffering at the same time. So, but there's people who stand up against that suffering, as do all of us, but occasionally you have people who really go really far and beyond with that courage. So last September, one of our roundtable participants, Imtiaz Mir, was shot by gunmen in from a motorcycle in Karachi. He was a Pakistani journalist who dedicated his career to religious freedom and peace and the Abraham Accords, and he was trying to build these bridges, and he paid for that with his life. Shortly before he was killed, he spoke here at our roundtable. And obviously, many of us refused to back down, even when faced with death, but we wanted to honor a man from the same city who organizes Pakistan's religious freedom roundtables. Those are all over the country with participation in over 20 cities. He's also from Karachi, and his name is Kashif Mirza, and he's going to receive our America 250 IRF Courage Award. Just imagine that the journalist standing next to you gets killed, assassinated, and you keep going anyways. This network has Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Sikhs, Ahmadis, and so many other faith minorities at the same tables. And they push, first of all, they push together, right? We know we're much harder to ignore together, but it's really they just pushed for Pakistan's National Commission for Minorities' Rights Bill in Parliament, which was passed. They're now working on anti-forced conversion laws at the state level, which they'd like to have teeth. You can pass laws, but then they have to be implemented at the community level. And it's really a special privilege to honor him here at the Museum of the Bible on behalf of the Earth Roundtable community, because when mobs burned the churches in Jaranwala, he was front and center. And when the news cycle moved off of those church burnings, he stayed front and center, and it's really at tremendous personal risk. So please Join me in honoring the recipient of the America 250 IRF Courage Award, my brother Kashif Mirza. And Kashif, if you could please say a few words. Thank you.
You're standing between them and the lunch.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, diplomats. Peace be upon you. I'm truly humbled for this honor. Every person born with freedom to liberty, life, and to practice is conscious. When this freedom protected, societies flourish. When it's denied, societies suffocate. Hate prevails. It's an honor to represent Pakistan at this distinguished gathering. We believe that every citizen rights should be protected without any discrimination on the basis of religion. Together, through dialogue and mutual respect, we can make diversity as a source of strength. I accept this award with humility because it's not belongs to me, it belongs to all the religious freedom warriors. It belongs to all my IRF Roundtable members in Pakistan. Those worked courageously without any fear and stood by for the rights for others. We have successfully developed our chapters in Pakistan in 20 cities. I also want to recognize my leader, my friend Anila Ali, founder of American Muslim Multi-Faith Women Empowerment Council and co-chair of IRF Roundtable right there, Anila. Without your support, I can't be possible to being here. Anila, your vision, leadership give us the strength, and you are a symbol of bravery, and we will continue this mission. I also like to my sincere thanks to Greg Mitchell that you have created this platform, which is now voicing globally and making these roundtables voice of the voiceless people. Thank you to Mr. Simran, President IRF Secretariat, all the co-chairs of IRF Roundtable, partners. Your dedication and your hard work means a lot to me. Let me say thanks to my parents, those grow me up in an environment who taught me the entire life that I have to respect people without the discrimination on the religion, on the caste basis. I have to pay respect and love to my wife and my children. Those always stood to me and support me to do this courageous work and take risks on my behalf. I love you. Our greatest achievement has been taking conversation on religious freedom beyond the conference halls, reaching out at grassroots level, engaging the legislator in Pakistan, and we are making a bridge between among them, which is a great success. But I believe our work is just started and we have to do more. Unfortunately, too many people are still facing a discrimination, violence, hate on the basis because of their belief and faith, which is unacceptable to every Pakistani and human dignity activist. At the same time, this gives us a courage to work more hard and together. Unfortunately, last year we lost our dear friend and founding member Imtiaz Mir, as Simran informed. I have to pay respect and honor to Saima Qasim, our founding member of IRF Roundtable in Pakistan. Last year, she passed away due to some certain illness. A great respect for her. In the end, I'd like to thank the partners. My members travel all the way from Pakistan, Pastor Shahid and Imam Sajjad, who travel all the way from Pakistan and stood with me like an iron hand. Ladies and gentlemen, religious freedom is just not a right or not a political agenda. It is a foundation of peace, justice, and human dignity. Let us stand together to everyone so everyone can live without any fear, with his or without religion. Thank you so much. May God bless Pakistan. May God bless US. May God bless everyone, all of you. Pakistan, Zindabad.
All right, thank you. Now we're at lunch break. And I'm told, are we doing this in two groups? I was told the instructions are whoever's in the first group can get up There's lunches in the other room. So if we get up and go back to and I'm told that we can do this in two groups. First group goes first. And then when they come back in, you can grab your lunch and then come back in here and eat them at the tables. Or you can, anyway, that's the instruction. And as soon as the first group's done, the second group goes. All right, good afternoon. If everybody, we're gonna get started in 2 minutes, and we have 2 hours left. Maybe we can crunch it into an hour and 45 or so, because we're scheduled to end at 3. But if everybody could take their seats, we'll begin in 2 minutes. You ready? All right, everybody, we're going to get started. Okay, first. All right, everybody, we're going to get started here. I just want to start. I'm going to start by just thanking everybody who made this event possible. You know, I already thanked our convening partners. You know, we had the Alliance of Virtue and Sheikh bin Baya. We have Good Faith Partnership and Lord Russell Rook, who you're going to hear from here a second. We have co-sponsors, generous co-sponsors. We have the John Templeton Foundation. They're the sponsor of the dinner tonight. We have the Sterling Foundation. Nicole Sterling is here from the Sterling Foundation. Thank you so much for making this possible. We have, Dr. Michael Jenkins, the Washington Times Foundation and the Universal Peace or Federation of Peace. Thank you, Doctor. We also have co-conveners. We have a global co-convener in Freedom House, and Freedom House is coming in to be a co-sponsor of a regional initiative on West Africa, which we'll talk about tomorrow. And also, like, the Sterling Foundation is interested in West Africa and Eurasia, but we'll talk about that. So they're on here as regional co-sponsors as well. Where are we? Love Your Neighbor community. They brought the whole delegation from Eurasia here, 2 tables, big delegation from Eurasia. So thanks to Wade and Love Your Neighbor community. We had the Conciencia de Religioso Libertad. I probably butchered that. It's in Spanish, but it's our Mexican partner, this Christian Badillo in the back of the room. So he'll be on the Latin American panel tomorrow. We have Guillermo Smythe over here. We have Senator Lorena Rios from Colombia over here. We have a whole delegation here. There's 2 tables from Latin America here. So you're going to be hearing more from them tonight and tomorrow. So we look forward to that. El Salvador. There we go. See the El Salvador contingent as well. I can't wait to go to El Salvador for the first time. But anyway, we have national co-conveners. We have the Religious Freedom Alliance Council. We have Bill Bennick right here sitting at the table. You'll hear more from him tomorrow also. And then Freedom of Religion United Solutions. We have Shannon Kroner here, Dr. Shannon Kroner. Again, they're going to be running national initiative panels tomorrow. And next, we have the Convening Coalition. I mentioned how with our roundtable model, everything is participant-led, participant-driven, and everything we do is done on an opt-in basis. So basically, to help put this event on, I invited participants of the roundtable to opt into a convening coalition. And these are the ones, the representatives of these organizations opted into the convening coalition. So you can take a look and let's have one round of applause to thank everybody on the convening coalition. There's more on the coalition, but those are the ones that wanted to display their logos. So I just want to thank them all because we had weekly meetings in the last 5 weeks leading up to this, and they helped. Some of the people you saw on the panels today and then tomorrow are members of the convening coalition. So I just wanted to thank everybody for making that happen. Now we're a little behind schedule. Like I said, we're supposed to be done by 3 o'clock. So we have some work to do. It's 1:21. We're going to start with our partners from the United Kingdom. Again, we started this morning. The American story actually started across the Atlantic in Great Britain. And I'm a fierce American, but I love my brothers from the United Kingdom also. Well, and we're going to be partners moving forward for religious freedom. So we have the perfect talk from Lord Russell Rook. He's going to talk about the connections, kind of to build on what Chris Seipel was talking about earlier. Then we're happy to have David Burrows here also. He's a former MP, member of Parliament. He's now director of a new group called FORB Free for All, Freedom of Religion or Belief Free for All, which is a new charity in London. So first we'll welcome Lord Rook. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I'm going to try that again. Good afternoon. There you go. They've given me that graveyard after lunch session. I will do some singing and dancing just to keep you awake. My name is Russell Rook. I have 3 jobs because I have a very short attention span. I'm a member of the House of Lords, a working Labour peer in Parliament. I'm the chair of the Good Faith Partnership, and I'm also an Anglican priest. I discerned a calling to ordained ministry about 7 years ago, and my mentor said to me, we're going to have to work out what kind of ordination this is. I'm not sure you could run a church, but you could definitely kill one. And so I'm what they call a minister in secular employment. So everything is my ministry, including the privilege and joy of being with you here today. There's a saying, history repeats itself. It has to, because no one ever listens. I want to talk about the history of the special relationship. I'm not as good on the history as Chris was earlier. That was truly a tour de force. But I do think that if we look at the history of our special relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States, we start to see the power of religious freedom to unlock a future that we want to see in the world and to deal with the challenges that we face. In 2022, I was at a reception in London, and the then Archbishop of Canterbury, the leader of the Anglican Church, came up to me and he said, "Russell, I have a problem with the coronation." This is a year before the coronation of His Majesty King Charles, and I was wondering why he was coming to me with that particular problem, but I thought it would be rude to say that, so I said, "Please, Archbishop Justin, tell me what your problem is." He said, "The problem is the oil." I said, "What do you mean with the oil?" The anointing oil. Our king is both crowned with the crown, but he is also anointed because he's head of the state. That's the crown. And he's head of the church. That's the anointing oil. He's ordained to do his job as king. And I said, "Well, I couldn't possibly understand why you'd want me to help with the oil. But what's the problem, Archbishop?" And then he mentioned the name of a very famous actress and a very famous animal rights charity, both of whom had discovered that the anointing oil, the ancient anointing oil that we use to anoint our king, involves animal extracts. And they had threatened to protest against the coronation if any animals were harmed in the making of this monarch. Now, the king could have chosen just to ignore them, but he didn't. But that's because in the United Kingdom, we've long realized and long rejected the divine rule of kings. Religious freedom is possible in our countries because we both accept that there are limitations on power. In Runnymede in 1215, I was just near Heathrow Airport, so I was there almost yesterday, yesterday. And the Magna Carta was signed. In fact, it wasn't signed, it was sealed by King John. And the Magna Carta makes it very clear that even the king has to operate under the law. And one of the results of Magna Carta was that King Charles III, our present king's predecessor, and the one who is also named Charles, was actually executed by the state for breaking the law. And so we signed Magna Carta precisely because we recognize that everyone has to abide by the law. And then 250 years ago, this country took that conversation to a whole new level. You made possible a new world. You made a new agreement, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the amendments. Apparently, Magna Carta has played an explicit role, not only in the development of those founding documents in America, but in over 160 Supreme Court cases. And it is informed the way we do democracy all around the world. And that means that we see religious freedom as important because it protects civilizations from being oppressed by totalitarian regimes who would like to play God. Another former Archbishop of Canterbury, Archbishop Rowan Williams, in a speech given about the House of Lords, an often misunderstood unelected chamber in the House of Parliament where he once served and I now sit, says that the whole point is for us to realize that kings and rulers, governments and political parties are not God. They're not there to play God. Earthly sovereigns do not enjoy absolute sovereignty, and our politicians are not messiahs. We had our national parliamentary prayer breakfast in Westminster Hall last Tuesday morning, a 1,000-year-old building and hundreds of people gathering to pray for our country and our parliament. And the speaker made this lovely comment that politics is a wonderful servant, but a terrible savior. And there's this element where if we are expecting our kings, our rulers, our political parties, our governments to save us, we're in a whole load of trouble. Rowan Williams says this: law itself can be defined as all those protocols that stop society being run exclusively in the interests of whatever group happens to be dominant at any one time. Religious freedom forms the historical root of conscientious freedoms and ultimately protects all of our civic liberties. However, the importance of religious freedom is not just what it protects, but what it promotes. So back at the reception, I am talking to Archbishop Justin Welby about this oil and his problem in securing the right kind of oil for the king's coronation. And I say to him, Archbishop Justin, I'm glad you've come to me with this problem, but I'm not sure why you've come to me with this problem. It seems way above my pay grade and certainly above my intellectual capacity to solve this problem. He said, Russell, I have an idea. So I said, Archbishop Justin, what's your idea? He says, could we get anointing oil from Jerusalem? And I said, Archbishop Justin, that is brilliant. That's a brilliant idea. And it's brilliant for 3 reasons. His Majesty the King Charles, his grandmother, and his great aunt are both buried in Jerusalem. They both ended their lives as Orthodox nuns, and they are buried in the Church of Mary Magdalene, which is on the Mount of Olives. It's sometimes called the Russian Church. And they are both buried in that church building. He has a personal connection with that part of the world. His Majesty the King has also long fought for the protection of religious minorities in the Middle East. He has a really serious interest in religious freedom and protecting people in those countries. And also, by having the anointing oil come from Jerusalem, we acknowledge that Jerusalem is the place where Israel's kings were both crowned and anointed. So I moved from archbishops to a former Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, a pioneer, perpetual powerhouse and promoter where religious freedom is concerned. And he helps us to realize that there's nothing new under the sun, but because long before Magna Carta or the Declaration of Independence, King David and King Solomon recognized that their powers were limited. In the Old Testament, kings were instructed to study and learn the law, Torah, not simply so they could oversee the law, but so that they could serve it. An Old Testament law is not just about contract. It's not just contractual, it's covenantal. It's not simply about a set of rules or regulations. It's about a series of relationships. Old Testament law doesn't protect individual rights. There were no such thing 3,000 years ago. It promotes right relationships. Law at best is a covenantal action. It's relational. It's more than contractual. Contracts are about interests, but covenants are about relationships. Contracts are about transactions, whereas covenants result in transformation. Contracts become politically self-serving. However, covenants create common goods. Contracts ask, how much do you owe me? But covenants ask, how can we come together? Religious freedom is not simply a protective strategy. It's not there to just stop bad things happening. Religious freedom creates the essential conditions that communities need to live covenantally, to build deeper relationships. And in a time when our world seems more divided than ever, we need it more than ever before. In this fullest form, religious freedom needs not only protection, but promotion. In a world hell-bent on tearing itself apart, religious freedom is maybe what the world is actually looking for. So concluding, we come back to this special relationship between the US and the UK, that Declaration of Independence, the Magna Carta. Some might call our relationship a covenant. Where that covenant, that first Magna Carta covenant was sealed, is now an acre of land, which is given to the US. It is United States land in the United Kingdom to mark the relationship between our countries. And the relationship that has been built between us is about a commitment to liberty, a commitment to one another, to protect and promote religious freedom, not just for ourselves, but for the world. And in a world where increasing numbers are oppressed for their religion or belief, as we heard this morning, this has never been more important. 3,000 years ago, kings dedicated themselves to serve the law. 800 years ago, Magna Carta taught us that all of us should be subject to the law. 250 years ago, America proclaimed that all should be free under the law. And 3 years ago, another King Charles was crowned and anointed. Yes, we managed to get the oil. That's another story I can tell you afterwards. It's a very, very, very long story, which we don't have time for. Oil that came from trees that were probably there when Jesus was giving his sermon on the Mount of Olives. But he was anointed with that oil. But 3 months ago, that king, as Chris mentioned this morning, spoke to Congress, and he said this: The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence by balancing contending forces and drawing strength in diversity. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, by the way, I want that on a t-shirt, by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but for all peoples. This is, I believe, the special ingredient in our special relationship. In an age of increasing division and conflict, might the special ingredient of the special relationship between the US and the UK provide a model of how to protect and promote religious freedom for all? Might our shared history be shared invitation for all to live together across the deepest differences, to listen before we condemn, to understand before we fear, and to love our neighbor even when our neighbor does not share our beliefs or like us very much? That is the next and most desperately needed chapter of the story that began in the Old Testament, developed through Magna Carta, and found new expression in the founding documents of the United States of America. I hope that this event and this initiative is a launching pad, a way of us beginning to write that next chapter. And I thank you for all you do, for protecting religious freedoms, for promoting religious freedoms, and building peace by building more special relationships together.
Thank you, Russ. And thank you so much, Greg. It's a real privilege and honor to be part of 250 years celebrations. You may love Britain, I love America, and it's great to be here and to celebrate together, particularly, obviously, focusing on that foundational right of religious freedom. So you saw, I'm David Burrows, Director of Free for All. It's an umbrella charity seeking to enable advocacy through the UK Forum on international religious freedom, also to support in education, in the curriculum, and also in business, the cause that we all share. So just 210 years ago, so I didn't make it 250 years ago, William Cobbett, an English revolutionary, said, "I defy you to agitate a fellow on a full stomach." So now you're full of your lunches. I'm going to try and do the job of agitating you. Okay, this is an agitating piece of the program. Hopefully you'll be agitated with me as we go through. I'm also going to ask you to do some work as well on your table. So you're going to have to listen in because you're going to be responding soon. It's the kind of the recovering politician in me or the congregational pastor thing. But either way, as we commemorate this important years for American independence and that inherent dignity we've all spoken about, being free to live according to the conscience, that promise which has inspired many and in human rights instruments, countless individuals who fought freedom, continue to fight freedom as we've learnt and heard today. These anniversaries, and in some ways it's a family gathering in many ways. It's a family gathering where we want to be true and honest with each other and face up to, yes, we want to celebrate those wonderful years, celebrate what is happening in the cause of international religious freedom, but also we want to be true to ourselves and those we care most about, those voiceless, those people who are on the front line and imprisoned for their conscience. We want to say, how true have we been to those founding ideals when we look across the world? How much is it a lived reality? Freedom, religious freedom for everyone, everywhere, as Chris was reminding us. That's a mantra we often say at our conferences, isn't it? And we want to look hard to ourselves. You're the experts in many ways, and that's why I'm going to call on you to be able to just challenge ourselves is, what are the obstacles and how are we going to overcome those obstacles when we next gather? We've heard powerfully the cost of religious unfreedom in China, in Iran, and we could go across many nations, millions of people suffering for what they just believe, imprisoned, the victims of violence. The persecution of Christians in many regions is on the rise. Violence against Muslims and Jews, Hindus, Sikhs, Baha'is, Ahmadis, Buddhists, and many other communities. We could go on and on. The issue of justice and accountability. I'm a lawyer.
and I care a lot about justice. What got me into the world of being a criminal defense lawyer, advocating for causes I didn't always believe in, and individuals I certainly didn't always want to stand alongside. But also, it got me into the world of politics as well. And the issue of justice is so important, particularly for victims. You know, we're talking about years of commemoration. Well, we're soon going to be coming up to a commemoration of 12 years of the Yazidis' genocide. And their justice and accountability is an exception. You know, impunity is the norm. And we've heard about authoritarian governments increasingly operating sophisticated with surveillance, digital technologies, restrictive laws, suppressing people, the transnational repression that we've been hearing about. So I just want to use this opportunity, and thank you, Greg. You may receive thank me afterwards, but thank you, Greg, for I just want us to humbly reflect on religious freedom, about how much it's a lived reality, indeed, not least in our own democracies. And this isn't just an issue about democracies that are often advocated for against in India, South Korea, or indeed Japan. And I know there's many advocates in relation to those minorities who are being seriously persecuted. But I also want to bring into view the United Kingdom, Europe, and indeed the United States. I mean, humbly, I'll say, you know, anti-Semitism is on the rise despicably in the United Kingdom. You know, March and April this year, just 2 months, 10 significant and indeed fatal anti-Semitic attacks on Jewish people, schools, synagogues, and charities. Anti-Muslim hatred is on the rise. You know, picture the scene, okay? The grounds of an English manor house in the countryside last Sunday afternoon, not dissimilar actually to Oates Manor, ironically. Back in the day, obviously, we heard the home to John Locke. An annual festival of spiritual renewal and reflection, a beautiful picture that you could all imagine. You probably love that about England in many ways. It should be beautiful, but in fact, it was very, very ugly when an annual Islamic festival had to be cancelled after serious threats of life, with now 12 people arrested on conspiracy to murder. You know, there's those on the far left, the far right, are weaponizing and targeting religion, and it's close to our shores. You know, across Europe, there are many examples of religious hatred, which extends not just to attacking minority mainstream religions, but also new religious movements as well. So, you know, Greg has invited me to be challenging. Indeed, I want to agitate you. Because, as Chris said, religious freedom is for everyone, or it is for no one. We sink or sail. You know, are we at risk of being characterized as a religious freedom movement, which is more of a cruise ship with sometimes exclusive entry, rather than a lifeboat pulling people out of danger and harm? The challenge before us is, how far is religious freedom for everyone everywhere, not just that mantra, but a reality? What do we need to do to overcome obstacles? So just to stimulate your response, which I'm going to be asking on your tables, you to just have a think about, is 3 themes. Firstly, preventing religious freedom. That responsibility of prevention, you know, too often we found, haven't we, in our international community, responding only after atrocities have occurred, the damage already done. You know, we know that religious freedom violations rarely happen overnight. There are warning signals, there's discriminatory legislation, there's restrictions on worship, there's incitement and hate speech, there's attacks on places of worship, there's exclusions from public life, and authoritarian control increasingly. So we need democracies, don't we, to invest in early warning and early action. We need use of digital tools that we have at our disposal. We need to get better at listening to civil society, which is why what Greg and others have done is so important, empowering local faith leaders, acting before discrimination becomes persecution. And we need greater political courage. The governments must be willing to challenge allies as well as adversaries when religious freedom is violated. Thirdly, I think we need to prevention requires stronger international cooperation. This is what we're all about here, aren't we? Religious freedom should not be viewed as a niche human rights concern, but as an early indicator of instability, conflict, and democratic decline. It's an investment in many ways for peace. Secondly, protection. Religious freedom for everyone. More than constitutional guarantees, laws matter, but culture matters just as much. Freedom of religion or belief is tested not by how societies treat the majority, but by how they protect minorities and those with whom they disagree. That extends equally to people of every faith, those who change their religion, those with no religious belief at all, and those whose beliefs are frankly unpopular, unconventional, and misunderstood. We need governments, of course, to commit to the rule of law rather than the rule of popular opinion, and public institutions that neither privilege nor discriminate against particular beliefs. The stronger religious literacy that we've heard about. Many conflicts are fueled not by theology, by what Jan Figel, former EU Special Envoy, said recently at the Central Europe Forum for FORB, where the siblings of hatred, call it evil, the loss of freedom, are ignorance, aligned often with misinformation, fear, and indifference, which Ambassador Rehak spoke about, to the loss of human dignity for our neighbour, whether near or far. And what are the antidotes that Jan Figel spoke about? The antidotes to ignorance, fear, and indifference? It's engagement. We heard about the Bukhara Declaration and others. It's education. We heard about cross-cultural religious literacy. And it's courage, on display by many here speaking on behalf of their loved ones. And finally, promoting. We must ensure that we're promoting diversity as a strength, not a weakness. We must go beyond tolerance to genuine respect. Governments can't act alone. It's faith communities, it's civil society, it's educators, it's businesses, it's international organizations, all have roles, partnership, building trust across differences, learning to disagree well in our democracies, educational systems that teach young people how to engage respectfully with different beliefs, technology companies taking seriously the spread of online hatred that increasingly translates into offline violence. And we need democracies to demonstrate consistently religious freedom, defending abroad, but also upholding it faithfully at home. And that stronger institutions we need must also be about stronger character in individuals, in politicians, in citizens who value freedom enough to defend it, even when it protects people with whom they profoundly disagree. Enough from me. Over to you now. We're going to get on your tables. I'm going to give you just about a minute or two, just on your individual tables. I want you to come up with one theme or one way that we can overcome some of those obstacles and promote freedom for everyone, everywhere. So go on your tables, just your tables where we are, have a talk to each other, and get very quickly onto, and I want you to appoint one spokesperson who's going to let me know in less than 30 seconds what your one major top way of overcoming that obstacle. Okay, I'm gonna have to hurry you. Keep going. Right, whoever's ready, we're gonna have one spokesman ready to just give us less than 36, your elevator pitch on how you overcome the obstacles to freedom for everyone, everywhere. Okay, so just whisper in the others and listen to the first table. Table one.
Table one here. I just want to say that table one was first, just so you know. We're all against you. We won. Nicole had the suggestion and the table contributed. What we need is better metrics, qualitative and quantitative, and then an open database that anybody can access anywhere all the time. And then what you can get from that is the equivalent of the Magnitsky Act of being able to target sanctions on individuals at the provincial and the city and the village level without painting broadly the entire country.
Thank you. Who's next? Which table's next? Table 6. Others, you still got a bit more time, the others?
Pam was first.
Table 6, go table 6. Give you...
I wish I could do this with an English accent, but I can't.
But Lisa, you lost 10 seconds.
Okay. Our table said that we need more legal help, pro bono, and then the wonderful Christina came up with, and maybe even going to law schools and teaching this as a channel of legal authority.
That's the loyal of that.
Very good.
Who's next?
Right here.
Table 3.
7.
Table 7, then table 3.
Thank you. One of the challenges that we have is just to put this down into the ground to the everyday life. we have challenges on religious freedom, of course, in our constitutions and the legal
Yeah.
arena, but also in the everyday life. So we have to put some efforts on the religious tolerance. Like in the morning, they talk about this, and how even at schools, at workplaces, like even in media,
Oh, yeah.
we are being attacked. And sometimes we even buy the idea that religions can't live among together. So we find all these challenges also in the everyday
Yeah,
life.
thank you. We've got table 3. You have to be run over, Greg. Table 3, and then we're all ready now. Everyone's ready now. Go around all the tables. If you can keep it shorter is better at the moment. We're running out of time.
Yes, given the importance of young people for the future, we would try to collect a large number of them,
Yeah.
train them in certain themes related to religious freedom, and then let them loose on TikTok and getting messages out.
Very good. Okay, let's carry on around the corner.
Right here.
Hi everyone. So me and my team, we talked about like collaboration and educating yourself and others, but also as a political science major student, I think in United States of America, we have First Amendment. So knowing your rights is the biggest part. Know your rights and know that whatever religion you're practicing, whatever culture you have, you're protected by the law and the governments are responsible to take care of you. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So just to respond to Chris, we were the first because we know the right answer, because it's CCRL, of course, and shared meals. It always helps.
Very good. Yeah, friendship.
Thank you. Actually, restoring the power of the norm. Not everything is okay. And when we talk about ethics and norms, this is something which is over all religion and over all other non-believers. So when we speak about ethics, that's a language that we can all speak and we can all understand.
We said advocating, so not only understanding, but getting into the lives and stories of others, empathy, and being in their situation as an ally.
Very good. Keep going. Time is short now.
The indoctrination of children is taking place all over the world under the guise of standards, but those standards are being implemented with certain intentions.
Yeah. So we'll keep looking. We're trying to ways that we can overcome these obstacles.
You guys ready?
Who else wants to finish us off? We've got 3 left. Yeah.
All right. I wasn't expecting to speak, but I was really interested in George Washington's sermon in 1790 to the Jewish population. And one thing I wrote down was that he was saying that we want to protect religious freedom. And the people who enjoy that freedom, they also have the expectation that they're good citizens. So one thing that was kind of discussed was that when you have a law, it needs to be fair for everyone. And the people who are enjoying that law, we want to protect religious freedom with the expectation that they will be good citizens under that.
Thank you. Let's follow on around. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. So because we are here to fight for freedom of religion, obviously there is probably an enemy behind and why we are fighting for. So even Sun Tzu in The Art of War said that if you want to win a battle, you have to know your enemy, and also you have to know yourself. So one thing that people should know is who is behind that attack the freedom of religion. That is something that we should know.
Thank you. Okay, who's left? Who's left? As quick as possible now.
All right, we were going to also suggest basically getting rid of the notion that there's only 2 sides of every issue. The one side, my side, and the other side. Like it's basically at least 360 degrees around. So it's very important to remember that there's multiple viewpoints about every issue. And sometimes you might have a lot more in common with another person. So I think when religious freedom is being taught, this reminder needs to be a part of that.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're there. And then one in the front and then we're done. Okay.
All right, I know we're helping Greg get his exercise today. But for our table, what we thought about is that a ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? And so when thinking about religious persecution, right, you have to first think about how can you actually prevent it? It's through education, educating the youth so that this doesn't happen again and again and again.
Very good. Thank you. Very good. The last two. There we go. We're done.
Puerto Rico delegation, okay? Let me see the Spanish and English is the first we need to establish the scope of the practice of religion freedom for facilitate the education of the next generation.
Very good. Absolutely. Very good. Very good. And finally, just in the front there.
So I'm actually a children's book author, and so I really believe that we need to meet our youth at the very earliest ages and teach them to have an open mind, open heart, civil discourse at those young ages to, really create peaceful relations.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to bottle those up and see what we can do. Just to finish off, we're talking about a UK-US special relationship. Why not? We always have to end up quoting Winston Churchill. And he said to a school prize giving these words, this was the extent of his speech: never, never, never give up. Thank you.
All right, now we're even more behind on time. So that's okay. That's all right. Yeah. David agitated. So, all right. So now we're going to start looking ahead at this next segment is the promise for tomorrow. We're going to go over a few proven models that have developed over the last 15 years, just as like building blocks for the future, basically, on how we carry the promise forward. With that, I'm just going to introduce Chris Seipel, my partner. He's going to moderate this section. There's going to be 3 sections in this segment. There's going to be 3 discussions. One will be on the International Religious Freedom Roundtable. One will be on the Prague model, which we will introduce to you. And then the other one, there's a proof of concept, the Eurasia proof of concept, really that started with the Roundtable and developed through the Prague model. So we have a proof of concept for the future, but I'll hand it over to Chris. Yeah. What are you going to bring up? We got to bring up, we got Anna Saneva, Sean Nelson, and Lauren Homer, right? These are working group co-chairs. The roundtable model, we'll talk about the model, but then the working group is where most of the work of the roundtable gets done. So these are 3 co-chairs, 3 of the co-chairs of the working groups. One, the congressional working group, that's Anna. Then we have, yep, you can clap. Sean, we have the co-chairs, yeah, Kyle Christopoulos over there. And then Mehmet's also here, he's a co-chair. But then you have Lauren Homer is co-chair of the Middle East Working Group, and then Sean Nelson is co-chair of the Prisoners of Conscience Working Group. So we're just going to have a discussion. Chris was the co-founder of the roundtable, so we'll have a little discussion on the model.
The beauty of the American experiment is that we self-critique and self-correct. And that takes place over time and space, and that's something I was trying to get at this morning, this idea that it takes time to institutionalize and socialize and implement ideas. So what we thought we would do is we anticipate tomorrow, which is all about planning. That's what we mean by collaborative, a holistic planning and development for how to get things done, is to talk about the evolution of an idea for how we do that. So we're not talking about initiatives here per se, but we're talking about how people work together who do the initiatives, kind of the relational and human infrastructure of how we work this stuff. It eventually became known as the Prague model, but it began in 2010, and it became the Prague model because we were coming to these conclusions at several of the ministerials that Ambassador Rihak hosted. And so I want to describe the Prague model to you briefly so you know what we're talking about and know how the story ends, how to make it better, but then we can hear about how each element evolved as we go along. So the Prague model is about building a community of practice and a culture of philanthropy, locally and globally, for the people who do these things, for the people who advance religious freedom. And the Prague model brings together three groups. Some of them are maybe paradoxical, like maybe they don't belong, but here are the three groups. One, it brings together builders and advocates. Advocates are, in general, people who advocate from outside the country and name the injustice. The great stuff is that they get people out of jail. The bad stuff is maybe sometimes you alienate the people that you need to work with in the country, or you can hurt the cause of the people there. Builders are, are working with people in the country. And the great news there, if you can find the reformers and walk with them, you can see change over time. The bad stuff there is you might start worshiping at the altar of access, that it's more important to have access to the country than to actually do something. So Prague model brings together builders and advocates. Prague model also brings together track 1 and track 2. In conflict resolution, track 1 is government to government. Track 2 is people to people. What the Prague model does is it brings together the government and the grassroots, the state and the society. Track 1.5 is where sustainable solutions take place. You cannot do one without the other. Advocates need builders, builders need advocates, government needs grassroots, society needs the state. And the third piece of this, and again, different personalities on all these characteristics, is the scholar and the practitioner. You got to have the academics and the metrics and stuff, as Nicole pointed out earlier. But then you got to have the people who do it and get the job done and get from A to B. They just don't say it. They do it. So you put all three of those things together, and that's what the Prague model became over 16 years. It starts in the fall of 2009. Knox Thames, whom some of you know, was the first special representative for religious minorities worldwide under Obama and then under Trump 1. Phenomenal human being. He is one of the best forms of advocates that I've ever seen, along with Robert and Sean and others. He wanted to write a book, and he wrote a book that was primarily about advocacy. It's about international religious freedom and how you work at the UN, how you work at the government. And he came to me and said, hey, where could we get this published? And could you get any cool endorsement blurbs? That's what friends do. So I talked to friends at Baylor. We got it published at Baylor, and we got Natalie Albright, who was on our Council of Advisors, to endorse the book. But I said I would do it only if I could have 2 chapters in the book that told the builder's story about how we were working in Vietnam and how we helped Vietnam get off of the religious freedom violations list. So we do a book launch. We're on Capitol Hill, and some staffer says, do you guys ever talk to each other? Religious freedom people, do you ever talk to each other, or are you all in your own silos, like it sounds like, as we were taking questions? And the answer was no, of course we don't. Because we all do our own thing, and we don't share donors because we got to stay in our silo. It's my world, my thing, my mission. I'm not gonna, you're doing the same thing? Well, that's too bad for you. So we said, well, why don't we get together? And so Knox, me, and Sue Vaughn from the, what's that place called? Freedom House, we all started this. Sue got transferred within Freedom House, and then Knox went to join USCIRF, U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. And at that time, we didn't allow government people into our meetings. So we kicked Knox out. And then later we evolved and we said, okay, we got to meet as NGOs only where we can share information. And then we'll invite the government in, staffers, National Security Council, State Department, in the second half of the meeting. And so that's how this began to happen. The first meeting was in January of 2010, and there was maybe 12 people there. And then Greg showed up one day, and I was like, who is this guy? He looks like Bill Clinton. He does Bill Clinton imitations. And then we just clicked. We started working together. We started meeting together at Middleburg at the Red Fox Inn, if you know where that is. He lived in Sterling or Ryder. South Riding, thank you, Renee. And I lived out in God's country, fuck your county. So that's how it starts. So let me ask the question of Greg and then talk about the evolution of how it got bigger and then why we went to working groups, and then we can hear from the working group.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, the roundtable, when I first got there, I don't know, it's like the third or fourth meeting. And we decided, hey, let's develop a strategy. Let's do a mission statement, like a purpose statement. And then we started doing, with the strategy, we started getting into action. So multi-faith action. So the roundtable gathers and the purpose is to share stories. The stories, some of the stories you heard today, the horror stories of discrimination, persecution, and even genocide. But the purpose of sharing those stories is to catalyze multi-faith action. Like, can we all pull together and originally engage the U.S. government in multi-faith fashion as equal citizens, right? That was the whole, and that's how we started. And the more multi-faith actions we took, the faster it grew. It grew from 12 up to about 55, and then 75. And it kind of plateaued at 75. The average meeting was, and we were meeting every 2 months, 75. And then it's multi-faith, it's inclusive, and it operates on an equal citizenship basis. And it's round table, so it's informal. There's no head table. We're all equal at the round table, and everybody's welcome. As long as you're peaceful. But the first growth spurt was because of the multi-faith actions. As soon as we got into actions, word started to spread, and others started coming to the round table, and it grew. The second growth spurt occurred when Ambassador Brownback, you heard earlier today about the weekly meeting. Once we went from every 2 months to every week, some people thought it would never work. No one's ever going to come every week. That's too frequent. No way. But the size of the average meeting doubled from 75 to 150, just like that. And the email list, I think, quadrupled. And then it started becoming a global thing because Ambassador Brownback, whenever people would come into town and talk about their situation, he would say, hey, come to the round table. Start a round table in your country. So that's why we started to think about a global network. We were actually thinking about that before, but that's when we started to actually act on the idea of a global network. But in a nutshell, that's why we grew. Yeah.
It was so sensitive because all these groups are sitting around the same table and they don't agree on anything. My joke, Robert, used to be, this is like the scene in the first Star Wars movie. You don't look at the bar scene in this first Star Wars movie. Nobody looks alike, nobody agrees on anything, except one thing. We believe that everybody gets to believe what they want to believe and live it out peacefully and live out those values. So we couldn't have members. That's the point that I'm trying to make. We had participants and we were a non-group. That's what made everybody comfortable enough to show up every week. And the multi-faith initiatives that he's talking about were self-selective. Somebody could propose one, anybody can propose one, and anyone can join one. But it's not sponsored by the non-group of non-participants.
Yeah, and each multi-faith letter was its own coalition of the willing. So each initiative, based in response to a specific situation, like a persecution or a prisoner. Again, that's not a membership thing, but whoever opted in on that specific issue opted into like a coalition of the willing only on that one specific issue. And so each letter, each initiative became a different, and each coalition looked different, because different number of signatures on, different number of groups opting in. But that's how it works. And I mean, in effect, everybody's standing up for each other. Everybody's standing up for each other and depending on each other. So I always say it's mutual. It doesn't just build mutual respect or understanding and respect, but it builds mutual trust and reliance. And the more people do this, it even grows to love across deepest differences. I was a chief of staff to a congressman. I never talked like that. I never talked about love and peace. And I thought if anybody came in here talking about that stuff, they were like a beauty queen. He was just I didn't take seriously. Now I talk about love and peace because I actually see that this model works. That's what it builds. Go to the working groups now, because as we got bigger and we started doing more of the actions, we had to break into working groups, and again, self-selecting into working groups.
Thank you, Greg. And I think the working groups essentially are like the branches of a tree that you gentlemen started. And I have been doing congressional advocacy and public policy in DC for 14 years now as part of different coalitions. And I have to say that the unique, diverse, and nonpartisan nature of the roundtable is really underrated because it's rare. In my observation, bipartisanship is not organic. It does not stay in place on its own. It has to be cultivated, and it takes a very deliberate effort to keep it in place. And what Greg mentioned, establishing other roundtables around the world, that's part of growing that perimeter. The other part of this and keeping this bipartisan nature in place is what our working group does in Congress. We meet with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. We educate them about religious freedom and how it overlaps with other policy priorities that exist: transnational repression, national security, genocide, refugee policy, other policies. We find out where they're at and we meet them where they're at. And it takes a deliberate effort to making sure that the coalition does not become an echo chamber. So in a certain degree, I see it as a slightly self-contradictory work almost, because on one hand, we're trying to build more agreement globally and within our coalition. On the other hand, I feel that when everybody in the room agrees with everybody in the room, we have to open the door. It's time to find other rooms. We have to continue expanding that agreement. So that is where the working groups come in, because we address religious freedom from multifaceted perspectives. The Congressional Working Group works actively to push certain legislation, but we also work on shaping the narrative around religious freedom and relevant issues and how it overlaps with other policy priorities to make sure that it stays nonpartisan or bipartisan. And other working groups address other facets of it. So I'll yield the remainder of my time.
Thanks. So I was part of the roundtable from the very beginning, and back in the 1990s, we had something similar, but we didn't exactly realize what we were doing, and we didn't have Chris Seipel to give it a name. But we had an odd assortment of different religious groups meeting to work on Russia and their effort to turn things backwards. When the Soviet Union collapsed, there was religious freedom in Russia under a law that was written by a former dissident, a Ukrainian priest named Gleb Yakunin. But then a couple of years later, on July 4th, actually, they passed a very repressive law. So we all got together kind of out of necessity, and I feel that that's what we do in the roundtable still. We get, we can't have members because a Muslim won't be in a room with a Scientologist, for example, if they're members of the same group, but they can participate. And that was kind of a genius idea, I think, to call people participants. And I had the Middle East working group, but I've also headed an emergency working group on Afghanistan and an emergency working group on Ukraine. In both cases, with some help from former ambassador at large for religious freedom, Sam Brownback, who, by the way, really empowered our efforts by calling for weekly meetings that he would attend. And I understand the State Department got a little bit annoyed at him because there would be so many initiatives coming out that it was like the whole State Department was working for him. not on their regular issues. But I wanted to emphasize that it is also participant-led. So organizations don't leave their identity at the door. They don't stop their independent efforts. But our working groups bring people together in order to advance certain specific causes. For example, I've worked for years on Syria within the Middle East Working Group, and other people are working on other areas. But if somebody tries to replicate this in another country, well, first of all, you have to be in our model. We're internationally focused. We don't focus on U.S. domestic issues. In your country, you may want to focus on your own issues and on bringing the rule of law into the sphere of regulation of religious activities. But So we won't have an initiative if we don't have participants. And people sometimes write to me and say, why aren't you doing something about this or that? And I have to say, because we don't have anybody from that who's focused on that country in our working group in order to do initiatives, although we always encourage people. We often write letters, but it's more than writing letters. It's going to visit people. It's finding the members of Congress who are really interested in a particular topic and persuading them to be interested. We have our own periodic meetings, usually monthly, but via Zoom. Sometimes we have face-to-face meetings at the time of different gatherings. But anyway, there's strength in numbers, there's strength in diversity, and there's strength in letting other people run with the ball if they're willing to.
So I started at the round table in international religious freedom at the end of 2018. I think it was the second day on the job here in DC is when I came to the round table and met Greg, and it was really wonderful. The working groups I think really took off around 2019 is when they began to expand because when you're talking about the roundtable kind of sharing information, opt in, here's my own project, people did want to go deeper on a lot of different issues and meet with other groups in a specific way where they did have specific commonalities. And so it was a great innovation. One of those was the Prisoners of Conscience Working Group. And I think a lot of people get into this space and come to DC because somebody within their religious community or their family members has been in prison and they don't know what's hit them and they don't know who to turn to. And there were some things in Congress and some other kinds of things, but we wanted to have a space where that somebody mentioned, an ounce of prevention, which is absolutely right. When you don't have the prevention, when it fails, where you have people that you can go to and talk to and see whether they can band together with you and do that. And so when we started that, we really were focused on working with members of Congress through the Lantos Commission, the Defending Freedoms Project, which Yusuf is one of the sponsors of. And I remember the first year we were doing it, one of the first prisoners we got, we called it adopted, now we would say support or something like that, was Pastor Adao, Montagnard pastor from Vietnam. And the former pastor of the church that he was at is living here in North Carolina. Thank you, America, for being a refuge for people who themselves were persecuted and were in prison, Pastor Aga. And the person who came after him was imprisoned in the same exact fashion. We went and met with Congressman Glenn Grothman, who happened to have a big Vietnamese diaspora in his community in Wisconsin, I think, which I would never have known. I knew New Orleans or LA, but Wisconsin I would think would be cold. And but he jumped on this and wrote an op-ed, joined with some other advocates, I think Nadine Mans at the time for USERF. And within a month, Pastor Adao was released, which was just amazing. And I think between the different people who've worked through the working group, we've had a couple dozen people released. And it was such a powerful thing to be able to help them, but also to put a face on broader issues that everybody else is working on, and to put a human face on when you have bad laws, when you have bad policies, how that really hurts people and families and communities deeply. But it's also, one of those frustrating things when it fails. There was another Vietnamese prisoner sent back from Thailand who's now facing 10 years, and Equin Bidop. So I think that's one of the other parts that's so important when we talk about the different tracks and the different relations. As the Prisoners of Conscience advocacy in this world has grown, with the IRFA doing all sorts of things, USERF, so many more people doing that. Being able to work with folks who are working directly with the government, who are working directly with other diplomats, it's such an important part of strength for that. And so I'm very privileged and blessed to be able to help people that way.
Thanks, Sean. If I can ask our esteemed co-chairs to gracefully exit the stage. And I'd like to call up Chris Stewart and Wade Cusack and Robert Rehak, and we'll talk about this next stage. You should stay. While they come up, So we've had this roundtable, and we were maturing as an organization, and you got great leaders. They're not getting paid, by the way. They're still doing their respective missions of their organizations, but they step into this role and then lead several different organizations as a result. In Washington, D.C. speak, we call this lead agency. And so it's a natural coalition of the willing led by the co-chairs of the working group on that issue, region, or country. So once that got going, we started to think about, well, how do you operationalize this religious freedom roundtable? And then, of course, how do you pay for it and pay for the initiatives? And so I'm going to let these guys tell the story, but once again, I'll provide a little bit of the overview. Greg and Wade and I decided that we would go to Kazakhstan and try to see what the roundtable could do there in 2013. And there's an evolution of thought that you'll hear from both of them. And then in 2015, I met Chris Stewart, and over a beer, I'll have to say. And later he called me up and said, why don't you help me think about religious freedom? And earlier today, when I asked Senator Langford about the fundraising and the scars I have, I had a lot of those scars from some of the Templeton foundations. Because as I said to him, I said, why would I work for you? You asked me for a theory of change, you asked me for all these metrics, but you don't even exercise them yourself. So I got that off my chest, but probably lost the job. And then Chris said, well, come and help us think about it. So I started advising the Templeton Religion Trust. There's 3 Templeton entities, 1 in Philadelphia, 2 in Nassau. And then that led to some funding of the roundtable becoming the IRF Secretariat and of Love Your Neighbor community. And then the end of the overview is this miracle comes along named Robert Rehak, who has this experience under communism and becomes the co-chair or the chair of the Article 18 alliance of 43 governments working together. And he's from Prague, and he starts holding the ministerials, bringing the governments together, and Sheikhna from the UAE starts coming, and David and Russ Rook, and there we start feeding off of each other to the full Prague model that I described at the beginning. So let's go next to why we went to Kazakhstan, and then we'll just pass the mic. Greg and Wade, and then Chris, and then end with Robert.
Yeah, Kazakhstan is like the longest running proof of concept. I'll just kick it off and then throw it to Wade. But I'm going to mention Chris's father real quick too, Robert Seipel, the first ambassador at large. He was speaking at a conference like this, and during the Q&A, I asked him, because I told you the original purpose of the roundtable is just to engage the U.S. government and get the U.S. government to do more to engage all these other governments. But the U.S. government wouldn't always do what we were asking it to do, even in multi-faith fashion. We had a meeting. We did a letter on Kazakhstan once. We did a meeting with the State Department people at the time to urge them to engage Kazakhstan in religious freedom. And they said, no, we're not going to do that. They said they're partners on the war on terror, and they're working on nuclear non-proliferation with us, so we're not going to push them on religious freedom. And the guy said, why don't you guys try? So that's the first thing. But then I was at this conference. I asked Ambassador Seipel, Bob Seipel, what can we do more to get what more can we do to get the U.S. government to actually engage when we ask them to engage? And he said, don't wait for the U.S. government. He said, and don't rely on the U.S. government. He said, we're civil society. It's our responsibility. Of course, we want the U.S. government to work with us. And whenever it can and will work with us, that's great. We'll work with them. But don't wait for the U.S. government. Don't rely on it. It's our responsibility. And the more we do, the more we can hold their feet to the fire. So that's what got us to expand the purpose of the roundtable. We added 2 new purposes. One was, the first one, again, engage the U.S. government, but then start partnering with like-minded groups overseas, like Good Faith Partnership, but then engage directly with governments that need to improve. And so one of the first ones we did was Kazakhstan. So it started as a roundtable initiative, multi-faith letter, going to the State Department, but then it grew into direct engagement, with the Kazakh embassy first, the Kazakh ambassador in the U.S. in Washington first, and he invited us to come to the embassy when religious affairs people from Kazakhstan were there, and that started an engagement. So that's what we started, and that was in May 2013. and they invited us to come to Kazakhstan. We traveled there in December of 2013, and I'll let Wade take it from there. But that started an engagement that continues to this day, and there has been progress. But I'll throw it over to Wade to tell the rest of that story.
I have a microphone. Thank you, Greg. The engagement with Kazakhstan at this point became a prototype that can be implemented, maybe not elsewhere, but in many other countries for sure. And we started with embassy, as Greg just mentioned, and we started with relationships. And the purpose of those relationships were to understand what are underlying causes of those issues that in this country that this country has. So we were invited by the ambassador, by the embassy team. We met several times with them here in Washington, D.C. And as soon as they were aware of our motives, what we do, why we do, and what we are doing, they invited us to visit Kazakhstan. It was our first ever religious freedom assessment trip in 2013. We continue building relationships with the diplomats here in Washington, D.C., and with the government, civil society, and religious communities in Kazakhstan. And a few years later, we received an opportunity to replicate the roundtable structure, this time in Kazakhstan. So we brought the same idea of people of different faith and government and civil society meeting together to discuss certain issues. What kind of issues we were brought them for discussion. It was a very interesting point because Roundtable in Kazakhstan became a platform for research. So we invited religious communities, leaders and government and civil society, and we brought the ideas of how religious freedom can be advanced from our point of view. We didn't come to teach them what to do, or tell them what to do. You have to do this, 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 and this. We came, we brought our ideas, and we were asking them, what do you think about different approaches that we practice in the United States and other countries? Do you think any of those projects, ideas, strategies might work in your country? And if so, please elaborate. Why do you think so? So Roundtable became a research platform. And it was very interesting to hear the ideas from different people behind this roundtable. So the next step, we build a program based on the ideas we've heard. And it was not one time, it was not one roundtable. It started from roundtable, but we developed an ongoing relationships, and such roundtables in different contexts became on ongoing basis. In country, in Washington, D.C., different organizations, different participants. So we collected outcomes of these discussions. And based on these outcomes, we developed educational program, which we called now cross-cultural religious literacy, with focus on the government sector, specifically a government sector. And this educational program would help the government officials, first of all, to overcome a Soviet legacy, a post-Soviet mentality, which, in our opinion, was the biggest obstacle for, is the biggest obstacle for religious freedom development in this country. So in Kazakhstan, we developed what we call now engage, research, and equip strategy. And it took just 10 years, maybe not that much, to finalize this circle. And now we're going deeper, engaging more and more sectors in this country, in government, civil society, religious communities, and engage more people who now have an opportunity to get educated through cross-cultural religious literacy. So Roundtable was very important part and is important part because it's still there. Some of the Kazakhstani cities, they replicated the model, especially in Almaty. Almaty created a huge progress in setting up a roundtable very similar to what we have here in Washington, D.C. And they now went beyond the religious affairs discussion. they now discussing a broader topic of social issues and how religious communities can resolve those issues in this particular city. So roundtable became an essential part and can be essential part in any other countries if we consider in this approach.
Thank you very much, Wade. All this is great, but it takes money. And the initiatives and the roundtables that Wade just described in Kazakhstan were a result of grants from the Templeton Religion Trust. And I should also mention right at this time, President Mirziyoyev in Uzbekistan came to power. And on a side track, or a side note, Sam Brownback came over to witness my former organization, the Institute for Global Engagement, sign an MOU with the Uzbeks to do the same thing, and that led to the dialogue of declarations that I referenced earlier. So these things are happening in parallel. But the question, Chris Stewart, is why does this happen with you individually and with the institution of the Templeton Religion Trust at this time? Because what happens is eventually over $37 million are dedicated to advancing this kind of model, which is just because of Chris Stewart.
Well, the nature of the problem really demands it. I mean, there's a sense in which the alliance between government agencies, government ministries, and civil society isn't really that new. I mean, that kind of thing. It's not always easy, but that's been around. But I think bringing philanthropy into that as a kind of third pillar in a close working relationship, that's not as common. And one of the reasons is that institutional donors like the Templeton Philanthropies and lots of others are often very allergic to working closely, particularly with government agencies, you know, and so they're very nervous about that. It's hard to get that past boards and so on. But the problem really demands it. If you're going to work on creating these kind of outcomes, there is no other way to do it. One other quick point to make about philanthropy before I turn to Robert is that in a region, the existence of philanthropists does not constitute a culture. And so you heard Chris use the phrase cultures of philanthropy, which is something we started using. And that's something that we've realized that in order to make this movement self-sustaining, not only globally, but regionally, we have to cultivate these cultures of philanthropy. A culture, what is a culture? A culture is a set of ideas and values and practices that need to be transmitted and that people enter. So philanthropists, people that are moved to support this need to be ushered into these cultures. And so they have to be created because the culture of philanthropy that exists in North America exists nowhere else. I mean, it just doesn't exist in other parts of the world the way it exists here on this continent. So we have to develop that in order to achieve the important goal of becoming self-sustaining. So I think that's why we do it.
Thank you. This is so critical because if you assume that you can show up with the money anywhere in the world, you're essentially trying to give white man's burden a good name, which of course is impossible. So how do you come alongside? You have to come at the table. You come alongside the culture and work with them. And then at the same time, you have to say to, especially to governments that are looking for brownie points and want to look good on Capitol Hill or with the State Department, so you have to have some skin in the game. So in the case of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and different occasions, they actually paid for all in-country costs of the folks coming alongside what they were already doing. So there's a unique confluence of events coming together. So while that is maturing, we start meeting under Robert's leadership as chair of the Article 18 Alliance.
There is a guy coming to the Jewish rabbi and asking, Rabbi, is it true that you Jew answer all questions by another answer? The rabbi looks at him and why not? So I would ask you, what is the Prague model? If I would ask everybody here on the panel, everybody would have different answer. This is great because you can see the Prague model from different perspectives. For me, the Prague model was the very new situation where different groups of people from different areas came together and started to make real cooperation. 5 pillars: government, that means like diplomats and the people from the governments, first. Second, NGOs. Third, business people. 4, academics. And 5, religious leaders. All together starting to deal with the same problems, finding solution. And why it's important? Government, as I mentioned, they have incredible impact on laws in international relations. When I turn as an ambassador at large to some government, they take me on very different level than if any NGO would come and try to demand some changes or release of a person. NGOs, as we heard, it's a great combination of builders and advocates together. Without, we can't work. Even some governments try to make the line between the governments and the NGOs. We succeeded in Prague model to overcome this gap, I would say, to start to work closely together. Then business people started to understand that if they want to prosper, they should support FORB, because freedom of religion creates stability in the countries and it's good for their business, and they can be also interconnected and collaborate together, which is very good for business. And academics who develop the education, the long-term impacts on the society. The students study the importance on FORB, which goes into the future. And religious leaders who have direct impact on communities as a prevention of future conflicts. It's very important, and also impact on radicalization and other, like spread of hatred and other things. And another group, this is what Chris just mentioned, is to develop the culture of philanthropists. This is not present in all countries. It's very much present here in the United States, not so much in Europe, in other countries. So Prague model is something that you can actually try to develop with us. I aim always to the future. We just spoke about the past, but the future is we can multiply this model in other countries in your help. In this model, everybody can take part. Everybody who is sitting here in this hall can take a part. We will make another ministerial in Prague. The date is very easy to remember, 11/11, November 11, 2026. Nicole just shared with me that the date is for her very important, so I was happy to pick up this date personally. So if you would like to be efficient, maybe you can contribute to such a really deeply holistic approach, which brings fruits. I will always remember my coming to Nigeria. After my speech, I was approached by young black gentleman, African, and he started to thanking me. I was first time in Nairobi, and I said, "Why are you thanking me?" And he said, "I'm Mubarak Bala." And I said, "Oh, I remember the name. We tried to help me. We tried to help you." And he said, "Not just try, you help me. I was supposed to be in Nigerian prison another 40 years. 40. I was speechless." And you see the results of this Prague model, which really it's great to do. Thank you.
Last comment before we thank the How about now? Last comment before we thank these fine gentlemen and again the working group chairs from the roundtable. All of this takes leadership and risk and courage. Robert did the traditional advocacy work, and this young man got out of jail in Kenya, or not in Kenya, but Nigeria, but he met him in Kenya. But the builder side of this is that Robert invited countries transitioning toward a better future in the Eurasian space, former communist countries, to come to each of the ministerials. A lot of people would not like that because they would say, they're part of the problem. You shouldn't be talking to them. And our response is, if you don't engage them, how do you expect any change to happen? You got to walk with them. You can't tell them what to do, but you walk and come alongside what they're already doing. So we had Kazakhs and Uzbeks and Moldovans and Ukrainians and Georgians and Azerbaijani and Armenian all coming to the ministerials. And who has greater legitimacy with them than somebody who lived under Soviet oppression? You can call that divine serendipity or just chance. I choose the former. So let's thank these guys and the previous folks, and I'll give the floor to Greg.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's just a preview too of what we're going to talk about tomorrow. I just want to finish by what my viewpoint of the PROG model is that, we didn't quite get into it, but can you go to the next slide? There's a couple of pictures here. I just want to end on the next one. These were the big, okay, that's a invite only dinner where like we were talking about, we invited philanthropists, even some people from the business world. Someone was sitting in there from JP Morgan, charity, or one of their big Asia banks in Asia. Next picture. And this is like a strategy session. The morning after the big conference in Prague, we had a strategy session. And so some of the people who came to Prague just for the conference, including philanthropists and business people, the morning after, and we did this every time we gathered in Prague, the morning after we would have this strategy session. To start thinking with how can we bring other sectors into this? How can we not only philanthropy and academic, but the business community and just others who aren't currently in the IRF movement. So out of this, we've developed it's a joint planning process now, a joint planning and development process. That's what we're launching tomorrow under the name of the Civil Society Collaborative. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow, but I just wanted to show out of these discussions like this over the last 3 to 4 years, that to me, that's the PROG model. And we've come up with a strategy now for the next phase of the movement. So that kind of leads into the next session. And we have a special guest speaker here, again, talking about expanding the coalition and bringing new partners into our world, the international religious freedom world, and making it a more holistic approach to the problem. And making it a multi-sector approach, and so that joint planning process right there develops strategies that enable coordination coordination of integrated actions across multiple sectors. And now we have a speaker who's not from the IRF world, but she's an advocate all the same. And so hopefully, this is the start of a new partnership with someone from a slightly different sector, but she's mental, spiritual, and physical advocate. And I'm talking about Marla Maples. So I'm just going to introduce her, and she's going to come up and share remarks, but I'm just going to read a little bit in case you don't know who she is. But she's a passionate advocate. And I'm reading from her own page. This is how she describes herself. But a passionate advocate for mental, spiritual, and physical wellness. And she's seeking more joy, balance, and harmony in people's lives, which really is freedom of thought, conscience, and religion is part of that also. But she invites others to embrace the fullness of life, and she has a deep love of humanity, just like we do here, which is why we stand up for every life, people of all faiths and beliefs. And that deep love of humanity led her to co-found the Global Wellness Forum, which hopefully we can welcome the Global Wellness Forum into this multi-sector collaborative that we're launching tomorrow. but it's a movement uniting the world in truth, wellness, and freedom, and the Marla Maples Foundation. So please welcome Marla Maples. Yeah, that's right there. Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I really had hoped to be here a little earlier to have listened in more, but I'm so grateful that all of you have gathered with this purpose that is one of the most important, I think, in our world today, because we want a world filled with peace and with love and freedom. I was staying at a hotel that the prime minister of Iraq was staying at. So everything was delayed about 2 hours today with going in and going out. But, with security, wouldn't it be beautiful to live in a world where we just had the freedom to walk and go, oh, God's got me. I don't need all this security around me. The Holy Spirit is with me and I'm going to be well. And that's what I hope for. I've studied, I grew up as a Christian, Southern Baptist in Georgia, who wanted to know more about how other people connect to their divine light. And I went into the Buddhist studies, Hindu studies, white light, you name it. I wanted to learn everything, but truly what I wanted to do is to get to the root also of Christ as being Israeli and living in Israel and learning Aramaic. So I learned to pray in Aramaic. I started studying and found the importance of what Shabbat does and the light and the gift that you get from honoring that one day of the week where you shut down everything else. I learned more about the metaphysics of food, which my Jewish friends would say eating kosher. But for me, I just know I felt better when I started it. And I want to know that I am being a more direct channel of God's light and God's love on this planet that we beautifully have the chance to live on. So my life has been a journey to discover what you know, and to listen. And unfortunately, I think the problem that we run into is that so many people are shut down. They know it all. They don't want to listen. And my goal is to just help open the hearts of people that are shut to be able to, care enough about another or their self, because they get light by listening to another person's story, right? So if we could have this impact to help open the hearts of humanity where we can see how alike we are versus how different we are. And I know from all of my studies that at the peak of all these religions is love and is interconnectivity. This morning I did a quick run and went to get a great coffee from a great little Ethiopian coffee shop. They're so sweet there. And I saw a beautiful tree and I went, this is a day you're going to need to ground yourself a little bit more. I was seeing what was happening in the city and a lot of struggles around. And I went and I hugged that tree and said, thank you for being rooted so deep. And I thought, we all started as seeds in this earth. We were all planted the same, right? When we enter this earth, we are a creation of divinity. And we are all equal. So if we can just let ourselves be nourished by community, by environment, let's pray that we can have the people around us that can help expand our goals and our dreams and our life force. Because when we do that, we're so much stronger. Dr. Shannon Kroner is who told me about what you're doing today, and you'll be hearing her speak tomorrow. She and I work a lot on medical health freedom, and she'll be sharing an initiative that she's launching tomorrow. But we became friends, I think, probably in around COVID time, didn't we? Because we were all looking for solutions and we wanted to make sure that people really had a choice on how they take care of their body. And we wanted people to have informed consent. And that's what we pray for so many, is informed consent. And you're going to hit this big tomorrow. So I urge you all to be here for Shannon and listen to what she's doing. And she's a part of the Global Wellness Forum also. We've pulled leaders in from all aspects of the healing world, from those that are really well-versed in geoengineering to those that are well-versed in the importance of taking the fluoride out of water, getting the red dyes out of water, protecting our earth, our soul, our sunlight that nurtures us. So we have created a forum of teachers and educators from all over the world. And we're growing, like you said, raising money. That's not my gig, is raising money. I just, I'm kind of like the eagle. I like to fly over and meet everyone and see where there's help needed, but I need people to help raise money too. We do that. And then the Marla Maples Foundation, I did not want to call it by my name, but my friend insisted, was created because the requests that I get every day to help people, and my heart just breaks because I want to be able to help every person that comes to me. So with the Marla Maples Foundation, it's more like an angel foundation. Just a few weeks ago, as someone that is a part of our movement in the truth and freedom world says, I used to work in helping do rescues with trafficked women and children, and someone reached out that there were 2 Iranian women that were Christian podcasters that had got out of Iran, and they luckily were able to escape without what we know has happened to so many in Iran, and they made it into Armenia, and they felt like people were trailing them and tracking them, and they were scared. They were just scared day and night. No matter the fate, they still had to be faced with being human in a world that is quite scary at times. And thank the Lord that it just happened that one person led to another, and we were able, and then one of the people in my family was able to have a meeting with the Armenian president, and the next thing we know, they're getting their visas, and they're, God willing, they're going to be okay. But little things like that happen. Little things. Listen, that's 2 people out of thousands and thousands that need help right now. So that's just one of the things I'm really proud of that came together a few days ago. So having the chance to meet all of you is really important to me, and I want to know much more about what you're doing. And I really appreciate you, Greg, for having me here also. And hopefully we'll have a chance to chat right before or as you're running to lunch. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions. Just so happy to see what this panel's doing and how you're working. I want to learn more about Brock. I want to learn more about what you're doing globally and NGOs governmentally, and how we can awaken people that maybe are a little afraid. And, you know, fear can destroy, and we have to have faith beyond all things, don't we, Pastor? Beyond all things is faith. So any questions you have, I'm happy to answer any questions, or I can keep chatting. You tell me, Greg. I know there's a clock on this and people are hungry. Okay. Right. I'm sure. And I want to get to know. Oh, there is one question with a lovely lady in the back. So work in correlation. Shannon, of course, will be speaking tomorrow and talk into that. But what, you know, from what I've learned, Greg, and what you're doing, you're creating you have an international community. And that's what we've done with Global Wellness. We have been more interested in how to help people find healing, find how to protect our environment so we don't have so much chronic illness, right? So we have people in London, we have people in Amsterdam, we have people around in a different nation. So as I get my team together with your team, then we can see where we could be able to come together and help. And I'd welcome you to go and check out the website and learn more about what we're doing in our different councils that have come together. And I have some little papers I can give out later, but on my website, which is marlamaples.com, there's a description of both of the foundations and also a lot on how you can take care of yourself a little better in a crazy world. Hi.
Hi. From arts to that noble cause, what was the turning point? What made you, that amazing American artist, do this?
Oh, this has always been in my heart. Thank you so much. And thank you for acknowledging that. Yeah. As a child, I was an athlete, and then I had a chance to move to New York and study acting, and then I found myself on Broadway, right? So there's no harder work. 8 shows a week on Broadway. You don't really have another life. But in my heart, I was always committed to helping people find their joy. So I feel like even as an actor, I've shot like 30 films and done a lot of television. You would show up for work, you'd learn your lines, but inside, I always wanted to make sure people were okay. So I found myself listening to other people's problems and checking in with them emotionally. It was more important to me than any of the films or television I would have done. And I pulled away from it for a while. And then I went, wait, but that gave me a voice, you know, to do the work that I'm that I do. And I'm an ordained minister. I haven't talked about that, but it's something I've always wanted to do, and I'm not quite sure what I'll do with it. But I worked with my prophetic pastor in California, and I got my ordination, and not just an online certificate, but we did the work, and he knows my heart. So I just want to be prepared for wherever God puts me. And I'm just being open and clear. And every day I pray, Lord, where do you need me today? If it's shooting a movie, that's, and I get the okay, then I'm going to do that. I don't think I'll go back to Broadway. That takes you away from the rest of your life. But thank you for that question. And I think just at this point in my life, I'm able to walk more clearly in what I feel like God put me here and purposed me for.
Any other questions? Great, thank you. Join me in thanking Marla Maples. Thank you so much.
I'll be a lady and go this way. Okay.
Okay.
Here's Shannon.
Thank you. All right. That's pretty much the end of day one program before the dinner tonight. We still have the awards dinner tonight, but for the forum program today, that's about it. I don't see Russell Rook's not here. Shakena's not here. Chris, I don't know if you want to, I was just going to offer some closing remarks before we close for the afternoon. But really it's just a look ahead at tomorrow. Tomorrow really is the launch of our action-oriented part of the event. And we kind of just started going in that direction with that last discussion on the PROG model. But, and I just wanted to recognize like some of the people who participated in the PROG model are here. Like Nicole Sterling, she's been to a couple of those events even before that. Someone else from her organization, from her family, was there at that first one in 2023 at that invite-only dinner and the strategy session after. Ben Christensen is back against the back wall. He's from the corporate world, and he's been to a couple of the events and came with us, and took part in those strategy sessions. And he's going to be speaking of an initiative tomorrow from the Family Faith Technology Network, right? FFTN. That's it. So we'll look forward to hearing about a corporate initiative that we're going to be invited to opt into from Ben. But see, these are the outcomes or outputs of the PROG model that are now building blocks for the future. And like I said, we're going to launch it as a civil society collaborative. It's going to be an informal network, just like the roundtable model. So it's not something, there might be a membership element in case people want to support it, but it's just an informal network that'll operate the same way as the roundtable, where there will be initiatives that are launched, and people will be invited to opt into those initiatives, and each initiative will basically grow into a specific and unique coalition of the willing. And this, like we said before, the civil society collaborative is going to be, the purpose is to really build that more holistic approach to the problem, and really go from multi-faith to multi-sector, and to integrate all the advocacy actions that we've all been involved in with more of the engagement, with the builders, and again, trying to develop more programs like communities of practice and cultures of philanthropy on the ground in the countries that need to improve. And just the planning process should be integrating, strategies that cover and allow for coordination of activities across all those different sectors, and inviting the business community to come in. And just like one example, we did an event in Ghana to train the faith leaders on setting up a roundtable and cross-cultural religious literacy, but the business leaders came in. We had a breakfast with the business leaders, and they actually are excited to launch a business council that would work alongside the Religious Freedom Roundtable and the cross-cultural religious literacy program. So that's just a brief look ahead at tomorrow. That's what we're going to be launching. And the same partners you saw today will be part of the launch of the collaborative tomorrow. And we're going to be showcasing specific initiatives already that are already either in progress or already developed and ready for launch. But these will be specific initiatives that people will describe, and everybody will be invited to opt into. So with that, I thank you all for being here, Oh yeah, so tonight. So right now, the way it's working, I sent out an email on this, but there's a guided tour for a few people. We have one group. And I think there's 25, some people opted in. I sent out a notice to people saying, hey, if you want to do the guided tour, opt in. So we have a small group that opted into a guided tour. Otherwise, you can self-tour around the museum. The museum does close at 5 o'clock, and the front doors close at 4:45. Well, between 4:45 and 5:15, right? The front doors will close, and they'll reopen again just for us at 5:30. So if you go out, like you can go out to take a break. If you do, you can come back. The front doors will open again at 5:30. And the reception, which is going to be in the room back there where you signed in earlier, the reception will start there at 5:45 and go until 6:45. And then everybody will move back in here and be seated for the dinner by 7 o'clock. The dinner program will start at 7 o'clock just with the welcome, and then we'll do the meal service. And the awards presentations, the awards program will start at 7:45 and run until about 9:25. And then we're done at 9:30, and we have half an hour to vacate the building, basically. I think I caught everything again, but if you can stay around here, you can go down. If you don't want to go outside the building, you can self-tour, or for those who opted in, there's a guided tour, or you can go down to the museum store. And is the museum restaurant still open? Till 4 o'clock. Okay, so you have a little time to go get a coffee or snack there as well. But that's it. And then again, if you don't leave the building, you can come back up here and rest up in one of the rooms. I forget which one, but you can come back up here and rest until the reception starts at 5:45. Okay, hang on, Richard. So if you do leave, the doors close between 4:45 and 5:15. You can't come back in until 5:30. They'll reopen just for our party at 5:30, the front door, okay? Okay, Richard. Out here, if you requested to be on the guided tour, the docents will meet us right outside there. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you all. We'll see you later.